Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 2022 meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. We've been on the road the past couple of meetings, so it's really fun to be back at Sour in a place where the team didn't have to rent a van to get all the equipment to a certain spot and to see so many of you in the audience today. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 2022 meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. We've been on the road the past couple of meetings, so it's really fun to be back at Sour in a place where the team didn't have to rent a van to get all the equipment to a certain spot and to see so many of you in the audience today. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the June 2022 meeting of the Kentucky Board of Education. We've been on the road the past couple of meetings, so it's really fun to be back. I know that you will want to spend some time reminiscing about Soliana stories, Allison stories over the past couple of years, too, so we will have time for that devoted in our sharing time at the end of today's meeting. But I do also want to note that you will see, audience members, you can't see that, we'll be sure to show them to you. One of the things about Allison that I'm always amazed about is the depth of her creativity. And so she has gifted us each with an original piece of her artwork, which I cherish already. And can't wait to put that up in my office. I have a spot. Well, it even matches. Just give it an inch. So we are also happy news on that front is that we are thrilled to have joining us today our new non-voting teacher member, our ex-officio member of the board, Joanna Stevens, whom I got to meet this morning. I've already heard amazing things about you, looking at your Vita and the work that you've been doing. So it is delightful to have you with us today. Also, as a special guest, first meeting for you will be in August. So glad you are here. And I invite all of our guests today to engage with us in the conversation throughout as you desire. So please do that. A few notes for our members as reminders. Also, you'll see joining us on the screen, Dr. Poe. And I believe that's the person we'll be swearing in a moment. Oh, good. I should have asked about you earlier. Thank you for being here. As always, this meeting must comply with the requirements of the Open Meetings Act. Therefore, KBE members participating remotely, in this case, Dr. Poe, will ensure that his video is streaming and that he can be seen throughout the duration of the meeting. I do know that Dr. Poe is traveling, so he has a hard stop around 11 a.m. Eastern. But while he's here, he'll be on the screen and engaging with us remotely. Randy, I think you know the rest of the drill there in terms of muting. If you have any issues, we've got Andy and Megan and Stacy and the whole crew here for help. Because we do have a remote member, Todd, how are we handling the votes today? Voice vote?
So I think voice vote will be fine. Not really voices vote at the same time.
Excellent. So Randy will call for a voice vote, and I'll be reading your lips while you do that to make sure we get that in consideration as well. At this time, members, if you haven't already, please silence your cell phones or any other devices that might beep during the meeting. And at this time, before roll call, we're joined today by Leah Sharp from the Office of Legal Services, who will administer the oath of office to both Randy and Lee, Dr. Poe and Dr. Todd. So Leah, just take it away. Thank you.
Jerry Young, can you hear me now?
Yes, that sounds great.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for those technology issues.
Oh, I'll work through it. Thank you. So we'll turn it over to you, Leah.
Thank you. Mr. Todd, Mr. Poe, I ask you to raise your right hand and I will read through the oath, and at the end we'll ask you to swear or affirm. I do solemnly swear or affirm, as the case may be, that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this Commonwealth, and be faithful and true to the Commonwealth of Kentucky, so long as I continue a citizen thereof, and that I will faithfully execute, to the best of my ability, the office of Kentucky Board of Education member according to law. And I do further solemnly swear or affirm that since the adoption of the present Constitution, I, being a citizen of this state, have not fought a duel with deadly weapons within this state, nor out of it, nor have I sent or accepted a challenge to fight a duel with deadly weapons, nor have I acted as second in carrying a challenge, nor aided or assisted any person thus offending, so help me God. Mr. Todd?
I do.
I do.
Thank you both.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We always agree to sigh of relief. Wouldn't that be amazing? Okay, thank you. Congratulations. Thank you for your willingness to serve and to continue to serve on this board. We appreciate you very much. At this time, Dr. Brewer, if you would please call the roll. And I did get a notice that we also have Lieutenant Governor Coleman on the vocal as well.
Joanne Adams. Here. Claire Back. Holly Bloodworth. Here. Jamie Foley. Here. Patrice McCrary. Here. Randy Poe.
Here.
Sharon Robinson.
Here.
Lee Todd.
Here.
Steve Trimble.
Here.
Lou Young.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Coleman.
Here.
Amanda Ellis. Here.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll first turn our attention to internal board business. In the portal, you've received copies of the summary minutes for the meetings that we have held since our April meeting. These minutes include April 2022 regular meeting, Operations Committee minutes, and the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee minutes, as well as the June 2nd minutes for the Kentucky Board of Education Awards Committee meeting. You received those in advance, have had a chance to look over them, but do we have any corrections to these minutes? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes as presented? Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Do we have a second? A second. Thank you, Ms. Bloodworth. Any discussion about the minutes as presented? Hearing none, all those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
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 All opposed, no. Excellent, thank you. Now we want to turn our attention to the discussion of the KBE format and regular meeting agenda. We have some proposed meeting dates in the portal for your consideration through 2024. And let me give you just some background information about executive conversations that we've been having about the board meetings. We had an amazing board meeting at Central Bank Rupp Arena with the STLP Championship in April. But I don't know about you, I left absolutely exhausted. It was a great day. It was the good kind of tired. But it was also in a lot of dense meeting presentations and conversations that day. So in his wisdom, Dr. Glass came to Sharon and me and said, let's just talk about the format. Let's talk about how we might make it a little bit less exhausting for you as board members, and at the same time, more importantly, more productive for you as board members. A chance for you to think about what you're learning and hearing that day, a chance for you to marinate that a little bit, and then to just generally kind of de-intensify those meetings. So what I'd like to just open up for a brief discussion is your thoughts about that. One possibility, and this does happen in other states, of course, is that we might conduct a 2-day meeting, not with twice as much stuff, but essentially with the same amount of content and discussion and decision-making that happens, but come in the afternoon of the day before. Holly has to come in all the way from Murray the night before anyway, for example, several of you do. And then actually begin the meeting on day 1, rest, have a meal, get back at it on day 2, and then conclude the meeting on day 2. So that's one possible change that we have on the table for consideration. Not a done deal. That's why you see 2 dates on the proposed calendar moving forward. Another angle that Dr. Glass has already begun working on, I think you'll sense it in the meeting today, is he's working with his leadership team here at the department to think about ways that we can really shorten and tighten the presentations that we receive at the meeting. Not because they are not important, of course, but because there are so many information items that have to be considered. I see Dr. Ellis nodding. This happens at the CPE as well. A lot of really deep, important information, but the best way to get that is not death by slide deck. So what we want to do is look at ways to shorten and make more productive those presentations. So no pressure co-op folks today. You're on deck. But just thinking about that, just like you do within your own, the meetings that you conduct at church, at school, in your businesses, et cetera. So that's also on the table, but we're also opened up to other ideas as well. I'll ask Jason and Sharon if they want to add anything about that conversation. And then I'll monitor the time, but let's spend a little bit of conversation as a team and talk about how we want to move forward. If it's a problem, if these are potential solutions, if there are other solutions, et cetera.
Thank you.
Please.
Sharon, I'll just add that the concept of the sort of AM PM meeting really came after attending some of the CBE meetings and seeing the structure that they had. And I just noticed that the members were just a lot more engaged and refreshed and able to sort of follow along. And I contrasted that with our recent meeting, where we covered a lot of.
It was
content.
awesome, right?
And we were able to get out and visit with the students. So I'm not being critical of that, but I do think that we just packed up so much content into one day that it's just hard to follow along, all of it, to engage. So that was one motivation. And the second really is just thinking about the talent and expertise that's on this board. I just felt like we're really not using that in the best way. And to create, wherever we can, to compress presentations and any information that we need to share with you so that we can create more time for dialogue, interaction, and really to rely on the expertise that you bring. So those are the reasons that we brought forth this proposal. You will see some changes in how department staff present, really with that lens of trying to compress information and provide things to you in advance. So you're really just getting the highlights of this.
Excellent. Of course, that does shift responsibility to us as board members. There will be content and information to be consumed on our part in advance, but we know as adult learners, that's actually better for us. We need to get the information as presented, think about it, and then I really appreciate the comments about that gives us an opportunity as a team for me to rush you through an agenda, but instead let's linger a minute on these issues that are important to us and let's draw out your expertise in that conversation. Dr. Robinson, you were in on those conversations. Anything you'd like to add?
Well, I do want to say I was intrigued and refreshed by the prospect of changing our format so that we can engage with each other around the information and on some of these topics in a much more substantive manner than our agenda usually affords. And it just, Jason said it, and I certainly concur. As we engage with each other informally, sidebar, and so forth, I'm always enlightened and intrigued about some of the perspectives that we never bring to the table. And I think that our responsibility is to bring what we know and the perspectives that we have to the content that these staff can provide us so that we are benefiting the policy deliberations with those assets. And that is a reason enough to consider perhaps a different format. I admit having been worried about some of our colleagues.
Getting home late at night.
You know, I'm thinking, oh my Lord, now it's raining. And Holly's still on the phone. No, thank you. I appreciate that.
I also think a really good point about transparency. I think our viewers don't realize how much we've taken in terms of information. But if the agenda doesn't allow us to converse about that or share our opinions about that, many might assume that we rubber stamp things without knowing that we've had a lot of time to process it intellectually. So.
Exactly. And I think that's really important for the public to know, and the policymakers to understand. This is not a rubber stamp board, far from it. And I wouldn't even go there. But it is a board that has an amazing amount of talent and experience to bring to the final outcome. So that alone, I think, is really worth our considering.
And Dr. Todd, let me just mention one thing too. Soliana, I'm going to pick on you in just a minute. Jude isn't here yet. She starts in July, but we do have a concern, of course, about what that would mean for our student members. So if you kind of want to play that out for us as well. Dr. Todd.
I think about some of the things we're trying to achieve, the United We Learn, the Profile Learner. These are things that we need more discussion on. And I harken back, I was fortunate to be on the original DE board when Governor Patton reestablished the higher education forum. And we had meetings similar to the one you're suggesting, where we meet, half a day, didn't have dinner, and just kick things around. And the lobby of the Holiday Inn, Wilkins Avenue, or whatever it was called. And one night, the idea of bonds for brains, we weren't sure the state had money put into research. We needed to have more endowed professors at our universities in order to be competitive. The concept of bonds for brains turned out to be bucks for brains. That idea came from just a discussion that has made a change in the state of Kentucky. And I think what we're trying to do is a transformational situation as well.
Agreed.
The leadership of the class, and it takes a while for us to hear everybody's opinion on that. And I do feel sometimes that we're given, not necessarily giving slogans, giving some content, but not enough to really get our minds around how vital this is and how complex it is to sell the concept. But I do like that evening session. You don't conduct business, you can't do that, but you sure have a lot of discussion. You've got thousands of people who need to hear that. I would endorse that.
Informing each other.
Excellent, thank you. So, Liana, when you think about that in your own experience, Jude's going to be is a high school junior. So, how might that have worked for you?
Having a 2-day model?
Yeah, coming in late afternoon, the night before.
Mm-hmm. I think that's better. I think we've done some situation. It's not a new concept, and it's very easy to stay locked in. It's like a 2-day meeting, but it's official board business, and we're able to not discuss on agenda items, but just discuss as colleagues about education, and so it's very easy to stay locked in and to be refreshed. I think that's a really important thing. Especially because we've had conversations where it's taken longer, but those are usually conversations that are controversial or things like that. But I think when we're able to go around the boardroom or to just say what how we address this or how we think of a particular item. Given our expertise, I think it's very easy to bounce off of each other and make those connections like we've had in the past. And so anytime that, we're allowed to have that, I think I even said to Tony once, like, can we have like board meetings like every once a month or something? I truly think, it's beneficial to have them, more often, but, just making sure that we address what we need to.
Have some time. Thank you. And you and I have talked about this before too, because as a former high school administrator, I'm always worried, are you getting behind? Are they letting you make up your work? But because of the every other month meeting schedule, she would have the extra day in October, December, February, and April. So and again, of course, they're going to be planned far in advance. So
so in terms of it being a hindrance in terms of like a high school schedule, it hasn't really been a big issue for me. I think it is, once every other month, and so that is, and schools know prior, and you're able to, connect with teachers and let them know, and, it's a very set schedule as well. And so, at most schools, if this is a pretty cool thing to be on, and most schools will, acknowledge it and let them serve when they need to.
I think so. I think that's absolutely true. Board members, I haven't reached out, I haven't polled. I wanted to have this conversation in the meeting today. So just open it up here. Dr. Robinson.
Joanna,
The teacher.
those calls you are from?
Yeah.
2 days of sub plans is more difficult.
Yeah.
But what time would the afternoon like?
So that would kind of be up to us. Amanda, what time does the CPE start the day, the first half?
Normally, what we typically do is start around 1, I think, and go from 1 to 3 or 1 to 4, depending on what the meeting is about. That's kind of our work session. So actually next week we have that. So we will have like a work session before. We kind of alter it just depending on the time of year, but we usually do the afternoon and we work through the strategic agenda or do a deeper dive into less topics and more discussion. And then we have an evening where we'll have dinner, no business, but just to get to know each other as board members and staff, for the staff to get to know. And then that next day we have a meeting, but it usually goes until like lunch. It doesn't go all day. It usually starts at 9 o'clock and we try to wrap up by noon, 12:30 latest, because people are tired, and that gives the people who live the farthest away an opportunity to get home before evening. So it's kind of late afternoon, get longer, deeper dive topics, and then we do our board business typically on that second day with, your typical agenda item type things. But we do have less topics and deeper dive into things, and that has been different. The other thing we do that's a little bit different too is that, and this is, I'm not trying to muddy the water, but just how we do it, the reason we're able to get out earlier is that our committees are held on a different day. So they do their committees on a different day prior to the board meeting. So for example, like our curriculum committee that we had yesterday, which is called ASI, actually met yesterday. That chair will report to the board next Friday. And so that was another thing. I don't really, not trying to muddy water or cause more schedule issues.
Ideas.
Because we do have like a surgeon on our board, we have business folks, we have, faculty that come and present. And so we really try to not have long full days, just because people are coming very much like here, coming from all different parts of the state, on different time zones, and so that's kind of how we work that. That's why it's able to be short during the day on that second day. Last time we were at Morehead State, so we did an afternoon, and then the late afternoon evening, we were at Morehead, got to see a concert from their steel drum band, and then that next morning we met from 9 to I think around noon, maybe 12:30, and then everybody was able to leave and drive home. So.
Thank you, and I captured that idea, which we put on the table too, about committee meetings in advance of the full board meeting, and see if that might be an efficiency. So Joanna, I think it would be up to us to decide. So you're Harry coming, right?
Yeah.
So if we started at, 2, you'd have to miss your last block, but.
And I have last period planning, so I can teach that way.
Okay. There you go. So, something along those lines, so that we have a big part of the agenda, informational side of the agenda handled on the night before, is what we're thinking. So, other board members, Holly, this has to relieve you some.
I'm really good either way.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay.
I like the idea of like having dinner together. I feel like I would like to get to know people better.
Yeah.
So I like that.
I would also suggest that we could experiment. We have two-day sessions anyway. We've always done a 2-day in August with the retreat and a 2-day in October with the commissioner's evaluation. So that's part of the fabric of us for, a third of our meetings anyway. So other thoughts, that kind of any pressing information that maybe we haven't touched on that you'd like to share? Ms. McCrary.
I will mention, just for our teacher and our student, that April 5th, 6th meeting day is probably also their spring break.
Okay, so we see a lot of variation. Jude's from Boone County. Boone County is often one of the latest ones in terms of spring break. But if that affects any board members, of course, those dates are just the first volley. So,
in my part of the state, it's the first full week of April.
Okay, and that's typically central Kentucky.
Delegate assembly.
I'll just put Amy Razor on the spot. My impression is that Northern Kentucky tends to go later on spring break. Or do you just have a lot of variation?
Whatever, April 12th.
Okay, so a little bit. Okay, so it's definitely later than Central and West. So you actually take a look at the dates that are in the portal and that Meredith has sent us to take a look at. Any general thoughts or about giving this a try, at least for the first year? We can always amend our own dates. Steve or Dr. Poe, I'll give you a chance to weigh in here. Any thoughts?
The discussion's been great, and I'm with the team on wherever we go. I think the 2 days in is breaking up, a complex agenda that gets tiring by the end of the day, and you're wanting to get the meeting over with. So I think spacing it out, and I think that's, what the KBE board has done in the past, I recall. So I think it's a good approach. As Dr. Todd said, you can dive deeper on issues that's not on the board agenda. So we're not doing board business at the time, but also could be thinking about what we need to be doing for the future, that we don't get that time as individual board members to share and to communicate.
I was just curious when Amanda said something about the committees meeting separately, said virtually. Okay, because I would not be in favor of.
No, right, that's, yes,
Right.
right.
Yes, they've done, great question. Yes, they did virtual committee meetings, and we've done hybrid board meetings since we started to get back into life.
All right, so that's something that we can study and bring back as another possibility as we are designing these. Dr. Black.
In addition to the structural changes that you've been talking about, the experience of you as board members is also something that we're doing and looking at in depth with this. In our work around deeper learning shifts and the kinds of experiences that we'd like to see happen in the classroom, one of those is to move away from just pure transference of content as the experience that people have or that students have. I often hear that the adults are the problem when it comes to changing education. I think there's some truth to that, but maybe not in the way people think. I think one of the problems with adults is that we are used to meetings and learning experiences where we receive content. And so one of the challenges I think before us is for us to demonstrate for adults engaging, meaningful learning experiences. And so to model for adults and for everyone behind the shifts that we'd like to see happen in classrooms. And so that's one of the challenges that I put before the staff at KBE is to think about, sometimes there's just information that we need to share. So that just has to happen. But to the extent that we are able to think about how we can create engaging and learning experiences for the board so that we model for anyone who's watching the same kinds of shifts that we'd like to see happen in our schools. So we'll be experimenting with this. It's new work for staff at KBE to think about how can I do this, especially in a virtual or a hybrid learning environment. How do you do that? But that's really what we're trying to do, is experiment with those sorts of shifts for the adults that we'd like to see happen for the schools.
I love that. And Dr. Glass even lived up to that in front of the Interim Joint Committee on Education yesterday. And, threw Robert's rules right out the window, and it was great. Great. Dr. Robinson.
Well, I do think, as our chief learner, you raised a point that really strikes a chord with me, because this engagement should be a learning experience for us as well. So as you're working with the staff on moving in this direction of being perhaps a little bit provocative and asking the question, what is it important for the board to know? And what is it important for us to learn from the board? So you think about, how do you provoke our own learning in order to serve the public responsibility of this office, and give back to our students the benefit of our even being engaged with the topic. So it is, it's an important question, and it's important for us to model the process of learning and the revelations and understanding as we engage. So let's have a learning organization.
Let's do it. All right, so I am sensing a growing consensus around such a motion. If we don't have a motion, we will not be changing the calendar. No harm, no foul. But a proposed calendar of meetings dates through 2024 was distributed to you in advance. Do we have a motion for approval of the proposed revised calendar based on today's discussion?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Trimble. We have a motion. We have a second.
I will second.
Thank you, Ms. McCreary. On that motion and second, is there any further discussion? I would just add my thanks to Dr. Glass and the team for bringing the conversation to bear and for the respect that has shown on your part for the work of this board. Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Excellent, thank you. We'll be seeing more of each other. At this point, the next internal board business item is regarding the recipient of the 2022 Grissom Award for Innovation in Education. And I'm happy to turn it over to our KBE Awards Chair, Patrice McCrary.
Thank you, Chair Young. The late Dr. Johnny Grissom served at Kentucky Department of Education in the role of Associate Commissioner for the Office of Special Instructional Services. She provided steadfast commitment, service, and leadership, striving to help all students achieve at high levels regardless of their disability. This award is given each year to a Kentuckian or a Kentucky organization to honor outstanding dedication to improving student achievement for students with disabilities. The criteria for the award is as follows: leadership or implementation of innovative practice in curriculum, instruction, or assessment that leads to improved learning, post-secondary or workforce outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences, and district or schools demonstrating significant improvement or sustained excellence in learning or behavior outcomes for students with learning or behavior differences. And I will say that we had an incredible number of applicants, which was exciting to see. And and they were spectacular. They were wonderful and very diverse. I'll add that as well. So on behalf of the awards committee, I would like to share that the committee met this past Thursday, June 2nd, and determined that candidates 2 and 13 best met the criteria of the award. Therefore, I would like to move approval of candidates 2 and 13 as the recipients of the Kentucky Board of Education 2022 Grissom Award for Innovation in Special Education, and ask the chair for the board's approval to recognize candidates 2 and 13 at the board's upcoming August regular meeting.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Patrice. We were a very small and very mighty committee this time. We appreciate your leadership there. As this motion comes from the committee, it does not require a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of candidates 2 and 3, please respond by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Thank you so much. And we did put out a call for board members to join that committee. We've heard from Ms. Adams. Thank you very much. So we really appreciate you joining that group, and anyone who is interested in the awards committee. I will have to tell you that it really is a delightful team and good business to work on. So if you're interested, just let me know, and we'll add you to that committee. Anything to do with committees that you're interested in, please let me know. Feel free to shuffle a bit as needed. All right, so now we will turn our attention to our favorite part of the meeting, the good news items. Get slides going here. And I think we start out with Dr. Poe.
Trying to unmute here. There we go. It is indeed a pleasure to start this good first news item here. I think everybody on the board knows my love for CTE and what they do for our children across Kentucky. So today is a great thing to be honoring the Ignite Institute Boone County / Kenton County's robotics team called the 5Biotics 38141B, which they won the 2022 VEX Robotics World Championship on May 7th in Dallas, Texas. Of the 20,000 teams registered, only 818 teams from 40 countries around the world were selected for the world competition. The team from Ignite Institute went undefeated in a 10-round robin qualification matches. They also won the quarter and semifinal matches to get to the best of 3 divisional final. Then they found themselves in another best of 3 final, beating their opponent 224 to 95 to take the world championship. The team members are Beth Hartline, Amanda Eagleman, Daniel Wood, and Mackenzie Cook. The VEX Robotics Competition, presented by the Robotics Education and Competition Foundation, is the largest and fastest growing middle and high school robotics program in the world. The competition prepares students to become future innovators, with 95% of participants reporting an increased interest in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math subjects, and they're pursuing related STEM careers. So we want to congratulate our world champions, and I know that this is, as Dr. Lee Todd has always talked about, these are students that are going to be our future people. We're going to see them in the future inventing and being entrepreneurs and so forth. And it's just amazing to have a team from Kentucky representing all RCT students from across the state and being #1 in the world in robotics competition. What a great feat. Congratulations to them.
They didn't just eke by as world champions, they dominated the world, so that is amazing. Our next item from the Kentucky School for the Blind, Ms. Bowling.
Somehow I missed that.
Oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
Hang on. I can just read it to you.
Let's open it.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had that. Somehow I missed that.
That is okay. We have this in our portal, so let's get that open up. And then in the meantime, we'll come back to that, Ms. Bowling, if you're okay with it.
Yes, oh, that'd be perfect. Thank you so much.
So, Ms. Bloodworth, yes, also School for the Blind.
Yes. So the Kentucky School for the Blind celebrated the graduating class of 2022 students on May 17 at a graduation ceremony at the school. The 2022 KSB graduates are Miracle Ford from Jefferson County. Ford will be participating in the Insight program at Morehead State University this summer and will take courses in the fall at Elizabethtown Community and Technical College. There's Justin Goodlett from Anderson County. Goodlett will be attending E.H. Gentry, a full-service vocational and educational rehabilitation program serving adults who are deaf or blind. And Leanna Lewis from Fayette County. Lewis will be attending the Carl D. Perkins Vocational Training Center. So congratulations to all 3 of these KSB graduates.
Excellent. Dr. Glass and I were able to attend their graduation ceremony, and I'm telling you, highlight of the year. They go all out to recognize the support that they received from their beloved school. And from the School for the Deaf, Ms. Adams.
Kentucky School for the Deaf celebrated its 7th class of 2022 graduating students on May 19th at a ceremony at the school. The 2022 KSD graduates are Kylie Barfield from Barron County. Barfield will be attending Gallaudet University in the fall. Eliza Conley from Estill County. Conley will be joining the workforce. Joseph Cox of Knox County. Cox will be joining the workforce. Alex Fox, Hardin County. Fox will be attending Elizabethtown Community and Technical College in the fall. Eric Gilbert of Mercer County. Gilbert will be joining the workforce. Davis Jamara of Lincoln County. Jamara will be going into structured employment. Cameron McPherson of Jefferson County. McPherson will also be attending Gallaudet University in the fall. Congratulations and good luck to these 7 graduates.
Also, a great graduation ceremony that day. Their commencement address was given by a KSD alum who also graduated from Gallaudet. Very impressive young man who's on faculty at University of Louisville. I would also mention, if you didn't know, that the Kentucky School for the Deaf has just embarked on its bicentennial anniversary. I think I'm right in saying it's the oldest school for the deaf in the country. Somewhere, it's one of the oldest schools for the deaf. So they're really excited about this bicentennial year. Thank you, Ms. Adams. And then more love for our student technology leadership program from Mr. Turnbull.
Righty. 3 fifth graders from Russell McDowell Intermediate School in Flatwoods, Xander Everman, Dinah Razak, Jimmy Lee Mullins, had the Greenup County War Memorial as inspiration for their Student Technology Leadership Program project. Their project, building background on the Greenup County War Memorial, won Best K-5 project at the STLP State Championships on April the 20th. The trio created a website as a page for each piece of equipment and honors local veterans. Visitors can find a QR code beside each item at the memorial. Scanning the QR code takes visitors straight to the website, where they can read about the equipment themselves or listen to one the students read the description. All 3 students and their teacher, Shane Jordan, head to New Orleans in June, which is this month, to present their project at the National STLP Championships. Greenup County War Memorial Committee recognized the students at their 2022 Memorial Day ceremony. Congratulations to Xander, Dinah, Jimmy Lee, and their teacher, Shane Jordan, and good luck at the National Championships.
Excellent. Thank you. Something extra special when students from Flatwoods, Kentucky win technology championships and head to New Orleans. There's just more about that that's a love that I can even stand. And Dr. Robinson from Jefferson County this morning.
Yes, this was another really special moment when Jessica Goodman, a science, technology, engineering, and math teacher for kindergarten through 5th graders at Farmer Elementary School in Jefferson County, was celebrated on April 22nd at the latest Kentucky educator to receive the Milken Family Foundation's National Educator Award. Goodman is the second Kentucky teacher to win the Milken Award. We recognized earlier this year Kevin Daly, an 8th grade social studies teacher from Boone County. This award includes a $25,000 unrestricted cash prize. The honor also includes membership in the National Milken Educator Foundation, a group of more than 2,800 top teachers, principals, and specialists dedicated to strengthening education. And several members of the network were there to congratulate Jessica and support each other. The award was presented to Goodman by Commissioner Glass, Governor Beshear, and Milken Education Award Vice President Stephanie Beshear. I was also privileged to attend the ceremony. Dr. Glass said Ms. Goodman engages her students through their interest in creative and innovative practices and promotes a culture of continuous improvement and resilience. Above all, she leads her classroom with empathy, making sure each and every student feels worthy of her attention and time. Goodman has taught at Farmer Elementary since 2013. Students in her classroom are given a chance to explore the STEM curriculum through innovative and creative instructional practices. Through Get Your Geek On with Ms. Goodman, Goodman and her students participate in experiments and challenges students can do at home. Goodman coordinates an annual family STEM night at Farmer Elementary that has doubled in size and attendance. The last time it was hosted in person, 300 families attended. This is at one elementary school. Students leave her classroom with a strong foundation for thinking critically and creatively, communicating effectively, and working collaboratively. But Goodman's influence reaches beyond the classroom. In 2016, she and her students created the Junior Beta Robotics team, which won the Kentucky State Championship for the last 4 years and were national champions in 2017 and 2019. We are indeed fortunate to have schools such as Farmer Elementary and teachers such as Goodman. We are also fortunate to have a commissioner which really got in his groove with these elementary students who were meeting in person for the first time, some of them for the first time in their school career, but for the first time in 2 years. It was an amazing experience. And it was so typical when Jessica talked about how she would use the money. The first thing that came out was something for her kids, something for the classroom, something for the school community. And so she, in that way, is quite representative in her extraordinary dedication to the profession, but more her extraordinary dedication to her students.
We'll round out our good news this morning. Back at the school for the blind and an archaeological dig.
Yes, and I apologize again. I had read all the good news. I just didn't realize I was presenting yours. But this is a really cool one, and I'm so glad and honored that I get to do this. The Kentucky School of the Blind partnered with students and faculty from the University of Louisville, Department of Anthropology and Center for Archaeology and Cultural Heritage, along with the Kentucky School for the Blind Charitable Foundation and the Kentucky Department of Education for a summer of archaeology field school. And this was a month-long project where these students, along with the U of L students, were taught archaeological field methods. And the coolest part of this is they helped uncover their historic school that was the Segregated School for the Blind, which opened in 1884. So these students got to really discover a piece of their history with their own hands, which makes it such a cool experience in my mind that they were able to do this. They got to uncover their school's past and experience how archaeology works, how you curate it, how you explore an excavated item, and then how you curate it and preserve it, and then it becomes part of history. So that had to be extremely meaningful for them. They learned methods such as screening, excavating, and curating, and preservation. And the coolest part of this, it really goes in line, as Dr. Class said, with the themes of United We Learn, because it created a very hands-on, exciting experience. But they also had to collaborate with other partners within the community. And so it all came together to be a great experience for those students. They discovered the history of their own schoolhouse with their own hands. And another cool part is, at the end of all this, they had a community dig day for their families. So all the families got to come together and what they had done and be a part of that experience also. So I think that was a really awesome thing that happened.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Really gratifying to hear United We Learn threaded throughout all the conversations this morning. We have some reports from our partners coming up, and always a pleasure to have Dr. Amanda Ellis as Dr. Aaron Thompson's understudy.
Probably. I don't know. Well, thank you. I don't know if you'll feel that way, but good morning. It's so good to see you. Just a few updates I want to give you. Just a couple of the business side and then some of the programmatic side I'm excited to share with you. The CPE board did approve the tuition and mandatory fee policy for 22-23 academic year with no changes from last year's policy. As you all probably know, Dr. Thompson is very adamant about keeping fees low and increases as low as possible, knowing the challenges that our students face and that the universities face too, and really having to navigate that. So a lot of collaboration and conversation goes around that. The tuition parameters adopted last year for a 2-year period limit public university base rate increases for undergraduate students to 3% over 2 years, though increases are limited to 2% in any 1 year. The increase for KCTCS, our community colleges, was limited to $5 per credit hour over a 2-year period, while the increase in any 1 year was limited to 2. Again, that's a huge sacrifice for a lot of the campuses, but they are committed to making it as reasonable as they can, and so that took a lot of collaboration. As you all probably know, in House Bill 250, the CPE was listed as responsible for helping KSU stabilize financially and work. We have staff working one-on-one with KSU every single day, and in hopes of strengthening and getting everything back on track, and a lot of work and commitment definitely to our university. So the CPE did take action to address financial instability in April and enacted the approval of the funds for disbursement to address the shortfall with their salaries, paying salaries, and getting back on track. They've adjusted some policies for approval, and again, really working towards improvement and communication. And so a lot of hard work going on all parts. But that is in motion, and you will hear more about that as we are responsible for reporting out to General Assembly on progress and things that are being made. And it's very explicit in HB 250 on what all the steps are and the reporting out. So very detailed. Another thing that we're super excited about is we actually have just recently launched 2 podcasts. If you are a podcast person, I know I am. I have become one, especially in the car when you drive to work or somewhere. We have 2. One that is specific to Higher Ed Matters. That's our campaign that really emphasizes the importance of higher education to acquire your career dreams and goals in a sustainable way. And so that is actually really focused on higher education and intersection with workforce development. That is led by our Associate VP of Workforce and Economic Development, Rick Smith, along with Haley McCoy, who is the Executive Director of Economic Development at KCTPS. They have a couple that they have released that is just various topics. So I encourage you to tune in. The other one is a little more specific and focused on advising. It's called Well Advised. It's hosted by our director of our Kentucky Advising Academy. This is all through the work of KBE and their approval of funds, some of the ARPA funds to help with advising and college and career advising, knowing that that is a need. That was a recommendation from the continuum, and with the collaboration and support we have with Benny, are able to push this out. So one of the first things we're doing to reach those who are incredibly busy, but working with students on advising and helping students and families navigate their next steps in post-secondary, whatever that may be, we're starting with a podcast. And so it's really aimed at single topic, just-in-time things that you can be doing with students and families, so it doesn't feel so overwhelming, because everyone has many, many jobs, especially counselors. They have lots of jobs. And so this isn't just for counselors, but those who work with students to help advise and kind of work through the topics and the things that students need to be thinking about and families can be thinking about as they are preparing for life after high school. So we're really excited. We have 2 episodes released on that. I encourage you to find those. They're on Spotify and Apple and all the places, Instagram, all the things. But we have those 2. We're really excited. I think last time I shared that we were able to give out 29 summer bridge grants to our public and private institutions, as well as to a 4-year. We have, because we have so many, in collaboration with our student collaborative, Student Success Collaborative, that's also a piece of CPE, we have initiated a community of practice for those who are coordinating the summer bridge programs for all the institutions. And we had a huge turnout last week. We had a virtual meeting as we prepare for the summer bridge programs, as they prepare, to really share promising practices, challenges on recruitment, ways to really accommodate students who have challenges with transportation. You know, if they attend a summer bridge program, what are they giving up with their employment? You know, there's lots of give and take for students that we really want to embrace into the campuses, help them get a good start to their secondary journey, but that's not come without challenges. And so it was a really positive community of practice. They're going to come back together at the end of the summer to share how it went and how they're going to follow up with those students in the fall. And then we'll have a face-to-face in October to really capture some of that feedback, the participation, and how we move forward with that. And then in light of that summer bridge and summer melt and really just exposure to school or to a post-secondary institution, our Gear Up Kentucky is hosting 2 summer programs. They're 3 weeks long. One is being held at EKU, the other one is being held at Moorhead, and they are taking on students who just finished their freshman year in high school. And they will be living on campus for 3 weeks. They get to complete a 3 credit hour course and really just get to live on campus, learn about it, and they go through the different pieces of their developing who they are, who they will be once they graduate high school. Sounds very familiar. So I know their profile, really, of how to equip them. They're first generation college goers, typically from low income communities as well. We have a wait list of students who want to come, and so we maxed out capacity for both and are super excited to hear the feedback. Like Garrett has not been able to do this in a couple of years because of COVID, and this is a pivotal piece that changes the trajectory of students who never thought that they were worthy, and they are, and then they get to experience it. So, and it's completely free for the students, and everything is covered for them. So super exciting, and hopefully we'll give a good follow-up. And then the last thing I want to share with you briefly is we have kicked off the work groups for the continuum. You're not hearing big and boastful things because we are digging deep into the work, and sometimes that just takes getting messy and getting into the work. But our 3 work groups that have kicked off last month are 9th grade on track, the importance of 9th grade. I think I mentioned this to you before what was coming. But it absolutely matters for the academic preparedness, but really even the exposure to their trajectory, their post-secondary career pathways, how they need to navigate to go to meet their goals and dreams of what they would like to do. That's something we're looking at, early post-secondary opportunities with a heavy emphasis on dual credit. You all probably heard in the budget language, there's an increased number of courses that can be taken under the dual credit scholarship. I'm so grateful for that, but we still have to increase the number of students who are engaging in those courses, lots of reasons. So we're going to do a deep dive on the policy and provide up-to-date resources with recruitment and support of students in those courses because we are less than 20% in the 2021 school year with dual credit enrollment. And then our third one is first year post-secondary experience. So if we get them there, how do we help support them to succeed and sustain? And so talking about success not only in our courses, but those wraparound supports that the campuses offer, and how do we really get that to be used and an awareness for students to feel supported, embraced, and that they can succeed. And so we're deep diving into that, and I've had amazing response. We had 43 people online on 3 different meetings on the same day. It was a little hairy, but all good, great conversation. And our continuum meeting is next week, June 15th. And I will tell you our focus, Sherry Young, I think a lot about what you were saying earlier about our work as adults and being able to digest things and talk about them, engage. And how do we engage with the expertise and the influence we have with our role groups that we have sitting at this table? It is very similar to the approach we're taking next week with the continuum. We want this to be an action-oriented group, not a sit and get. And there is so much expertise at that table. We have 28 role groups represented. So the focus that we're going to have next week in the continuum is how do we communicate? How do we serve as better messengers of the work that is taking place, of the opportunities that are in our state that aren't being tapped into, or an awareness that it even exists? So we're really going to be talking about messaging of the current work that's going on based on last year's recommendations and those actions taking place. How can we better message that? And so that's our focus of really engaging in conversation and being active influencers and messengers to share opportunities and access for students.
So
there we are.
You guys are not just sitting around.
I wish I could say there's a boring day at CPE, but I have not experienced one yet. So, but thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Ellis. Joining us by phone is Lieutenant Governor Jacqueline Coleman. She is here to provide an update on behalf of Secretary Link of the Education and Labor Cabinet. So sorry that we can't see you, Lieutenant.
All right, can you hear me?
Perfect.
All right. Thank you so much. I am so sorry. I'm going to blame my new phone, but I cannot get Teams to work. So audio is the best I can do today. So I apologize. But it's great to be here. Those are such great updates. I mean, it's so great to hear all the great work that you all are doing. So in the cabinet, we've got a lot of really great initiatives that are still going on. We've got, of course, the Ford and SK Blue Oval announcement that we made. That's the largest announcement in Kentucky's history for economic development. They are now partnering with superintendents on developing career pathways to build a pipeline into their two twin electric vehicle battery plants. And I have a feeling that in Bowling Green, we'll be hearing more about that with Envision, because that's the second largest economic development announcement that we've made. And it cemented Kentucky as the electric vehicle battery capital of the United States. And so there's going to be a lot of great work. I heard Dr. Poe talking about STEM fields earlier, and we're going to have a lot of really good things ahead of us, a lot of really big, important work. But it's all going to be, of course, it's all going to find its foundation in our classrooms, because that's where economic development begins, which is really exciting. The cabinet is continuing to work with all of the trades groups to increase apprenticeship programs. We know that the Earn and Learn model has been really successful in bringing folks into the workforce, in upskilling people who are already there, and in creating upward mobility in career paths. And so that work continues, and it's very important. Adult education has undergone a rebranding, and they have created new logos. They've got new programs going. What we found was not many people knew what Kentucky Skills U was by the title, and so they have done a big rebranding, got a new logo, new name, new programs, and they're going to be really, really effective. And we're really excited about that. We actually got to make that announcement in Moorhead at the very first Moonlight School that was created for the purpose of adult education, and it was called Moonlight because adults who were working traveled to and from the school when the moon was out, because they were at night school. And so that was a really cool announcement that we were able to make. The Goodwill Excel Center, which is an amazing location that I got to participate in the ribbon cutting for, is on target to open this fall. It is located in Louisville. There's been regular meetings communicating with them. And the Goodwill Excel Center is to help folks who are your non-traditional students, your adult education folks. And they are also working with the YMCA to provide childcare on the premises as well, which we all know how critically important that is to helping folks to return to the workforce, or to be able, again, to move up in their career, in their field with that extra training. They are also in the beginning phase of putting together an education and sustainability summit next spring. So you guys stay tuned for that, because I know that they've got some great things that are going on there. And on a personal note, I want to say thank you to our members who have served diligently over the last few years. Coach Johnson and Claire Batt and Allison Sloan and Soliana Meston. You all have been remarkable partners. You were everything that I hoped that you would be, and that I knew that you would be on this board. And I just want to take this moment as these folks kind of start, roll off the board, and we are adding some new names and faces very soon. And remind everybody that we've been through a lot. And so sometimes we trudge ahead in the world of education, and we're constantly chasing, the next best thing and trying to stay ahead of the curve. But I think it's really important for us to just kind of pause and reflect on the work that this amazing group has done. The reorganization of this State Board of Education represented a pivotal moment in not just the education field, but in the history of Kentucky. And I do believe that the storybooks will be written that way one day. This core group of people that has been with us through thick and thin will always be known as the education leaders and advocates that saved public education in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And let me say that again, because I don't think it can be overstated. This core group will always be known as the education leaders and advocates that saved public education in the Commonwealth. Bringing this group together was the first task that the governor trusted me with. And it was the governor's first official action after our midnight swearing in. He signed the executive order, he handed me the pen, and I knew that the future of Kentucky would be changed for the better. I still have that pen, and I still have that executive order with all of your names on it hanging in my office, because it is one of, I think, the best things that has happened to the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, Coach Johnson and to Claire, I know how well respected you are, how earnest you have been in your service as educators, but also as board members. You've been excellent board members, and you've brought in perspective and influence in every area of your life, but certainly to this board. And we are so appreciative of who you are and that you showed up for kids in Kentucky, because that's what you've always done. Allison and Soliana, you are the first of many very critical voices to sit in these seats, and that I know is it was no easy task. There was no roadmap for you, but you both have handled it as beautifully as I knew that you would. And it continues to prove to us that your voices as active teachers, as current students, are absolutely critical to every conversation that we have, and you deserve a seat at the table. And I can say that I'm so proud to know that you are the first, and I know there will be many more, and they will all have high bars to accomplish what you have set in front of them. And so together, the Board of Education, CPE, our Education First administration, we've accomplished a whole lot in the face of great odds. You think about the major role that this board was tasked with from the beginning was to hire a new commissioner, and we launched a national search, and we brought in who I believe is the best commissioner in the country, which is fitting to serve with the best board in the country. The Department of Education, God love them, they can't be hugged enough for seeing all of the hundreds of thousands of Kentucky students and teachers through some of the toughest times that we've seen in the last couple of years, leading and providing guidance and support in ways that they never imagined that they might. Always having the support of this board to be empowered to do what's best for kids, because that's what we're all here to do. The CPE pulled us all together and established a cradle to career continuum in the state of Kentucky, which is the first we've ever had, where everybody from pre-K into the workforce was represented and had a seat at the table, as part of the conversation and as part of the solution, and crafting solutions to the biggest challenges that we face. And that program in itself has been monumental. In the cabinet, when I was cabinet secretary, one of the first things that we did was waive the GED fee, which opened the door and removed the barriers for so many adult learners in Kentucky to be able to earn their GED and improve their life and their family's life and their future family's life. We committed $1 million to diversifying the teacher workforce in the state of Kentucky, because that is a value that we all share, and we all want the leaders in our kids' lives to reflect our kids. We want them to be able to see themselves in the leaders in their lives, and that was a huge commitment on behalf of the cabinet, as well as this administration and this board. And then, of course, we've seen the cabinet transition into what it should have always been, which is the education and labor cabinet that combines all of these critical programs and funding streams to be able to help us to continue our cradle to career continuum and make it even stronger in the state of Kentucky. So I am so grateful for all of you. I am honored to stand beside you, behind you, in all of the work that you do. And it has been an absolute honor to see you do everything that you have done in the name of Kentucky's kids. And it cannot be overstated how critically important your role in history will always be. And we will actually be sending you, each of you, Coach Johnson and Claire and Allison and Soliana, we will be sending you all Kentucky Colonels in the mail. And so you all will be you all will have the highest honor bestowed on Kentuckians by the time that this is all said and done, and you have earned it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor, and thank you for that retrospective this morning. It's just such a nice reminder at this junction. You can't see our audience, but I would let you know that Senator David Karam is with us this morning. His name was on that order in December of 2019, along with Mike Bowling, whom we love and remember so fondly. And as I just take a minute to reflect on that season of our existence as a board, it really was a pivotal moment, and we appreciate your abiding support of this work. Thank you.
Well, let me say this. I didn't know Senator Karam was there, but he is one of my favorite human beings. And I texted him, and he can attest to this. And I told him, there's not many people who have done more important work than him when it comes to education in the state of Kentucky with his leadership during the CARA years. And as important as that was, I actually think that his work on this Board of Education might go down as the most important thing he has ever done for public education in the state of Kentucky. And I told him that, and I mean it. And he is just remarkable. And if we could have 1 million David Karams, we wouldn't have any worries in public education.
We will have a chance to heap more praise on Senator Karam here in a moment. Thank you so much. The next report, top that, Commissioner of Education, Dr. Jason Clapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For my report today, I'd like to bring you up to speed on some of the work that we've been doing with our strategic vision, United We Learn. The vision is starting to inform and drive our work going forward as we reimagine the future of learning here in the Commonwealth. Since coming to my position almost 2 years ago now, I've seen so many positive efforts underway in Kentucky that support this new direction. Most of our districts have gone through local efforts aimed at identifying and defining a portrait of a graduate. We have longstanding supports in place, like the University of Kentucky's Next Gen Leadership Program, that really just provide years of leadership and direction around deeper learning. And examples of local communities taking steps to bring about meaningful learning and to students in the Commonwealth. Those examples are abundant here. So we recognize that there are years of capacity that have been built here. But we also know things are overdue for change at scale, and that our existing structure in education and our focus on the acquisition of content knowledge isn't sufficient, and really hasn't been for some time, for the fast-moving, automated, globally interconnected world in which we live. And those are things that are only getting faster and only accelerating more. They certainly will accelerate in the lifetimes of our children. Think about kindergartners today who are likely to live to be over 100, how much the world will change in their lifetimes. So rather than return to Kentucky with a prefabricated plan, I felt it was important to hear from Kentuckians directly about what they wanted for the future of education, what they wanted for their schools, and what they wanted for their children. So we had a statewide conversation about the future of education, where we asked Kentuckians to imagine what schools could be and should be, We hosted virtual learning sessions, and we reached over 1,200 people. We formed a diverse group of stakeholders known as the Kentucky Coalition for Advancing Education, who developed together a report on the current and future state of education. More importantly, we listened to students, teachers, families, and community members to determine what we needed to change. And I've underscored this point many times, but what we had out of United We Learn was a vision from Kentuckians around what they wanted for Kentucky schools. So it wasn't a politically driven agenda. It didn't come from the governor or the legislature or the school or me. It was what Kentuckians told us they wanted for their schools and their kids. Through all these efforts, we heard from Kentuckians that we shouldn't wait any longer to make the meaningful and profound changes that needed to be made. And again, I want to acknowledge that there are years of capacity in these efforts that have been underway. But what we heard from Kentuckians is we needed something at scale. It was time. And I really do think that we've reached a tipping point in this effort. In November, we gathered nearly 1,000 people from across the state and released the coalition's findings during the 2-day Kentucky Education Summit. And several of you were there, and I was so proud of that event. Our collective vision for the future, which builds upon all that we've learned from that statewide conversation, is called United We Learn. You heard that reference today. Of course, United We Learn pays homage to our state motto, United We Stand, Divided We Fall. Much like the Commonwealth, our education system is at its strongest when we're working together, learning together, pulling in the same direction. The United We Learn vision is built around 3 simple and straightforward themes that are going to be bloody hard and take a lot of energy to execute. But they are first create a more vibrant, meaningful, authentic learning experience for students. Second, encourage innovation in our schools, especially when it comes to assessment and accountability. Kentuckians told us that assessment and accountability were important, but they also were in some ways a barrier to the kinds of deeper learning experiences that we wanted to bring about for students. And find genuine ways to collaborate and listen to and work with people that were in our communities. Kentuckians told us that too often policy decisions were made in closed rooms with the same people and the same voices getting to make the decisions. There was a real thirst to involve Kentuckians, parents, teachers in those decisions going forward. So one way to think about United We Learn is to put together 3 words: students, innovation, and community. The first of the 3 themes is about bringing about deep and authentic learning experiences. United We Learn envisions learning experiences that spark curiosity, motivation, engagement, and cultivates an enthusiasm for lifelong learning. Kentuckians told us that these learning experiences also have to include every child in every family. That each family has a unique story. Each child has individual talents that they can contribute, and that we should find ways to honor those. But we also recognize that our students and families come to us with different levels of support, different past experiences. And we have to take steps as an education system to make sure that we're reaching every student, wherever they are, and giving them the individual support they need to succeed. Of course, we're talking about equity. We recognize that not all our kids have equitable access or success. Inequities exist along lines of geography, income levels, identity, language, ability, race. These exist in rural, urban, suburban areas, and responding to these historical inequities requires an intentional effort. The second theme for our future is around innovation. We know that the best organizations are those that are constantly evolving, improving, experimenting, sharing best practices. We saw that some with the board this morning, thinking about how you change your practices. For that innovation to take place, teachers have to feel safe trying new things, which fosters a culture of innovation as part of everyday practice. One area that Kentuckians told us that we need innovation is around our approach to assessments. And while our current system does a good job getting at basic literacy and numeracy skills, we know that's not enough, and it hasn't been for some time. Our assessments need to be responsive to the needs and desires of many of our students, families, educators, and communities when it comes to capturing the incredibly diverse skills that students need to be successful, capturing the values of our local communities. We had a conversation similar to this yesterday with the legislature when they were asking about the utility of the practice exam as a screener for great teaching. So at the outset of that conversation, I asked them all to imagine and think about a teacher who had a powerful impact on their life. And to bring that person into the room, bring that person into the conversation. Or it could be a great teacher that was in their community, who've done amazing things and changed trajectories for kids in their community. And we asked them, what were some of the factors that made them a great teacher? I didn't hear anything about test scores. I didn't hear anything about practice exam scores as part of that, what makes a great teacher. Students have the power of a supercomputer in their pockets. Everybody's got one of these, and we seem tethered to them. And I heard Ken Robinson say that our grandchildren will look at us holding these and they will laugh at us because they will say, oh, look, he has to touch it. And that's already happening, right? It's becoming more, the access to information is just becoming more ubiquitous all the time. Virtually every fact, the power of a supercomputer in their pockets. Everybody's got one of these, everybody's got a Google search away. And I heard we're years past an era where memorizing facts was a guarantee of success. We've heard for years from our business community. We've heard that from our business community. Looking into the future, our businesses are telling us they need workers who are critical thinkers, creators, problem solvers, collaborators. Looking ahead, any job that can be replaced by a machine is going to be. Any job that can be shipped overseas and done cheaper is going to be. So we need to develop talent and capacity in Kentucky so that our children can meet the needs of that future workforce. The bottom line is that our assessments have to focus on improving the outcomes that really matter for our students and for their future. So we have to go beyond snapshots and create a more complete picture of a student. And we're seeing great progress toward that goal with our local laboratories of learning, or L3 districts. They're working with their communities right now to identify the skills and concepts most important to include in an assessment and accountability system. So we have pilots taking place across the state right now to think about how they can change assessment and accountability. And they're learning from each other and sharing that. So we hope to take some of the ideas from those cohorts and think about how we can scale that across the state of Kentucky. Our third theme for United We Learn is in finding ways for schools to genuinely involve and empower their entire community to contribute to student success. And that involves bringing community members into decisions for districts and schools in a meaningful way. And it can also take on the form of mentorships, internships, intentional relationship building efforts, any number of other partnerships and communities. So the central idea is that community-wide empowerment, learning opportunities will help develop well-rounded students through professional, civic, cultural, and financial learning opportunities. And just this past weekend, I had the chance to be with a group of people who were interested in deeper learning. And I met some parent power, parent advocacy leaders, and they opened my eyes to there is a real movement around parent power, parent advocacy, and they acknowledge not all of that is positive, but it is nevertheless a movement to involve parents in decision making, and it's something I think feeds into this notion that we need different voices and people at the table when decisions are being made. There is indeed a movement of parent empowerment. How can we use that to support these deeper learning efforts in our state? That's a question that I have moving forward. Our L3 districts are also showing the way by deeply involving their communities, as well as students and their design and decision-making around assessments. In addition to their work in developing and piloting these new assessment and accountability systems, these districts are also showing us how we can work more deeply with our communities, bring people into conversations that haven't always been at the table. From the many conversations we've had across the state during our listening tours, to the work of the coalition members and the delivery of the United We Learn report at our summit, we have done the work of hearing from Kentuckians and putting in place the initial design steps around what Kentucky's future of learning could look like. So now we have to consider, how can we approach our work as education leaders to support, model, and accelerate that? And I think that's important, that we are not driving this from the state. It's already out there. It's already underway. You have thousands of educators, hundreds of school districts, well, 100 plus of our school districts hundreds of schools that are engaged in this work already. So it's not our job to drive that from the state. It's our job to ask, what do you need? What do you need out of the way? How can we help? And how can we accelerate and support? So that's what we're doing. But we have to send an important message and, I think, signal across the Commonwealth so that people see us prioritizing the ideas that are in United We Learn. We're doing that here with this board, lifting up the same kinds of learning experiences we'd like to see for kids and showing them how you do that with adults. Creating those vibrant learning experiences, encouraging innovation in our schools, and collaborating with our State Department of Education, this commission has to walk that talk as well. In addition to the impressive work that we have underway with our L3 districts, we've also initiated a partnership with PBL Works. You may have seen some information about that. And that's all about building the capacity with teachers in the state to facilitate quality project and problem-based learning. So often I've talked with teachers and we've talked about the need for education to change and how learning has to change, how the world is moving fast, and sort of a content-driven approach to education is increasingly becoming irrelevant, and they will agree with all of that. And then they'll say, I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how to do that. So PBL Works is one of the things that we are trying to answer it out on what that looks like. So our best way of ensuring all of our students across the state have access to deeper learning is to change the kinds of experiences that they have in those classrooms, making those experiences hands-on, authentic, meaningful, connected to the kinds of work that they'll need to do outside of school. And sometimes those experiences are going to happen outside of the classrooms. We broaden our sense in the formal education system where learning can take place. Our educators and school leaders need the right kinds of support and access to coaching to make that transition. The implementation of these problem-based learning strategies will provide students with critical thinking skills, collaboration skills, empathy, willingness to be service leaders, solve problems that are real in their community, real to the students. And it's a multi-year investment. And our goal is to reach about a third of the educators in the state. If I had more money, I would do more.
At first, yeah.
We've also initiated an aggressive advocacy and engagement effort to help our stakeholders understand and embrace what we're talking about when we say United We Learn. In the past few months, I've spoken with Kentucky's colleges of education to explore how they can, and our educator preparation programs can fit into that vision and support it. I've met with our superintendents, our policy advisors, our team here at KBE to build understanding and clarity around what this new vision means to our school districts and to everyone who works here at KBE, and how their work moving forward fits into that. And I've met with our elected officials and talked about this important work that they have and how they can contribute. And I haven't told them, here's exactly what I need you to do. I've told them, here's what we're trying to accomplish. Here's what Kentuckians told us they wanted. I need you to think about, in your role as a legislator, how you can contribute to that. Over the summer, I'll be sharing the United We Learn vision at the Groundswell Education Summit organized by the Pritchard Committee, and we're so grateful that they reached out. And Pritchard has been an amazing partner in this, and at KSBA Summer Leadership Institute. In addition, KDE will continue to share its stories stemming from United We Learn with our communities through the news, media, and our online publication, Kentucky Teacher. So we're clearly trying to make everyone aware this is going on, what it means, and how it fits together, and have people start to see themselves in that, think about how can they contribute. This fall, we'll be broadening that and multiplying the reach of United We Learn within our communities by identifying key influencers who can help share that vision and work. Within KDE, we're developing a new strategic plan infused with the three big ideas of United We Learn so that our work as a department is organized around and prioritizing the concepts that are within United We Learn. I know that many efforts aligned with this vision are already well underway in many of our communities. And I continue to be so impressed with the students and the future focused work I see coming out of Kentucky's public schools every day. Here sometimes there are calls, we need more innovation, and I just want to say you're not looking, because it's there. Every day I'm inspired by that work, what's happening across the state, and I just think we have a tipping point where we can do this at scale, and that's exciting. So this is going to be an emerging and evolving process. Much of this is in development and formation. I don't know exactly how this is going to turn out, but I've also never participated in the 5-year strategic plan where you got to the end of the 5 years and you thought that worked out exactly. So I think that's okay. That's okay. We don't know exactly how. What I think is most important is that we engage with this effort, work to bring about the direction that Kentuckians told us they wanted for the future of education in the state. So it's not my vision, and it didn't come from any political leaders, what Kentuckians told us. And we took the time to listen to them. But just to close, Madam Chair, I'll mention that we have a great deal to be grateful for emerging from this past legislative session. We have funding moving in the right direction for a change, especially in the areas of kindergarten, funding, construction, transportation, career technical education, higher education. We have a lot to be grateful for. And I want to take note that our legislators yesterday in that conversation around the teaching profession, they were genuinely interested in what we can do to turn what I think is right in front of us, a crisis around the future workforce. So I think they were solutions oriented. But at the same time, I do take note of how jarringly disconnected some of the policy priorities and bills that were passed in the last legislative session were with what Kentuckians told us they wanted. Well, United We Learn isn't dependent on action from the General Assembly to succeed. It's not a politically driven agenda. It can be hampered or slowed down or distracted from by politically driven education reform and a lack of meaningful support. I am deeply appreciative of the legislators who have taken the effort to learn about United We Learn and have participated in supporting it so far. And that number is growing. And every one of them I've talked to, once they took the time to really understand what this was about, they all support it, or everyone that I have talked to. But I know that we've got a lot to do in Frankfort and around the state to bring this to reality. I'm optimistic and inspired by the positive feedback that we received so far. And again, participating in that network of people around the country that are working on this, they're really interested in what we're doing in Kentucky and how we build an ecosystem that allows this kind of work to flourish. But I just underscore that it's already out there, it's already taking place. And it's up to us, all of us, to think about how we can support and accelerate that. And I'm excited about that work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent. Wow. I have been talking with Dr. Robinson, Dr. Poe, several of you individually about the importance of getting out the United We Learn message as it emerges, and that was a masterclass. Thank you. Tony, we got to make sure everybody in Kentucky has access to that soundbite from today's meeting, whatever it takes to ticket, talk it, tweet it, picture it, whatever it takes. Yeah, into something, memes, whatever it takes. But wow, thank you for that, and so much of it resonates. Jason introduced me to a deeper learning dozen notion that leadership accelerates emergence, and I think that's what you just described. We're trying to catch a really important tiger by the tail in this conversation, and then being able to help folks understand that it is broad reaching. That it was not cut from whole cloth, that Kentuckians' voices, including those of our youth, are heard in the process, and then really the potentially life-changing revolution nature of the resulting goal, I think, really inspires us as a team to continue that work. So thank you for that message today. So can't wait to ensure that everybody gets to hear that. That would have been a beautiful segue to the co-op conversation, but we are going to hold all of the fields, but we're going to adjust the agenda just slightly in the interest of some time of folks who are with us today to move to our Karam Award presentation. If everybody would take a minute to kind of reorient yourself to that item on the agenda, and then we will come back and flow the remainder of the morning from there. But as we mentioned, Senator David Karam is with us this morning. Dr. Glass is in charge of presenting this award to two amazing. So the love of the morning will continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David Karam served on the Kentucky Board of Education from 2019 to 2016. He served for 33 years at the Kentucky State Senate as chair of the Senate Education Committee. During his tenure in the Kentucky General Assembly, David Karam championed the passage of the Kentucky Education Reform Act and led the efforts for the 4% school tax levy by school districts. Given in the spring of each year to state policymakers, education leaders, or citizens who have made notable state-level contributions to the improvement of Kentucky's public education system. Criteria for the award includes demonstrated leadership in policy development, passage, or implementation, resulting in increased educational opportunities for students, educational, post-secondary, or workforce outcomes for students, or increased capacity of teachers and school staff to better meet the academic, social, and emotional needs of students. At this time, it is my privilege and honor to announce the winners of the 2022 Karam Award for Excellence in Education Policy, Dr. Leon Mooneyhan and Bridget Block. I'd like to take a few minutes to share what their nominators had to say about the outstanding contributions of these two individuals. So for Dr. Mooneyhan, when I went to work as a lobbyist for the Kentucky School Boards Association in 2001, I asked Senator David Karam how I could be most successful in my new job. Focus on kids and not adults, he said. That became my mantra in my work over the next 2 decades, and I have no better partner in that focus on kids in the public policy arena than Dr. Leon Mooneyhan. Dr. Mooneyhan is the founder of the 3KT Group, which is a coalition of KSBA, the Kentucky Association of School Administrators, KASS, and KASS. Under his leadership, the group has met weekly during the legislative session for more than 10 years to collaborate on public policy issues, education policy issues. The time he volunteers to organize and facilitate the meeting speaks directly to Dr. Mooneyhan's belief that deliberate engagement in the legislative process will increase educational opportunities for public school students. Congratulations, Dr. Mooneyhan.
Leon Mooneyhan,
And Dr. Mooneyhan, is this where you're announcing you're running for governor too?
Absolutely not.
While Dr. Glass shares about Bridget, if Senator Karam and Dr. Mooneyhan, if you all come on up to the table, we'll get to you guys on the mic in just a minute.
Thank you. Come on up. So our second award winner is Bridget Blum. Under Bridget's leadership, the Pritchard Committee has stepped up for all Kentucky students by designing a big, bold ask, a 6-year investment plan to increase education funding by $1 billion by 2026. The big, bold ask supports strategic and measurable outcomes in 3 areas of education: early childhood, K-12, and post-secondary. General Assembly met the big, bold ask in this last biennium, and she continues to call on legislators to meet the big, bold ask in the 2023-24 budget. Bridget believes the power of legislation should seek to improve education outcomes for Kentuckians of all backgrounds. She urges Kentuckians to engage fully with their schools, learning directly from students, teachers, and staff about the work happening there. There is no stronger voice in Kentucky calling for groundswell of support for the excellent work being done in Kentucky schools. Unfortunately, Bridget wasn't able to join us in person today due to a prior commitment, but we have made arrangements for her to receive her award, along with our congratulations and gratitude for her service for Kentucky. So a show of applause for her.
That's right.
We're honored to have our very worthy recipient, Dr. Mooneyhan, with us today, as well as the namesake of the award, Senator Karam, here with us. And so we hope that you can share a few words.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's certainly an honor to receive the David Karam Award. I've had the opportunity early in my career to work with Senator Karam and know and would echo what the Lieutenant Governor said in terms of his leadership in education in Kentucky. I mean, he is, if not the one, a small group of people that are the fathers of the Kentucky Education Reform Act. And so giving that gift to the state of Kentucky and the children of the state is tremendous. So I'm honored that I would be receiving his award because I know how much that he has contributed to the education in Kentucky. Beyond that, the other thing I would say I'm thankful for is that on September 30th, I'm retiring after 53 years in education. And what a blessing it has been to me to get to work in education. I've worked in 4 different school districts and now at the Ohio Valley Educational Cooperative, and it's been a lot of fun. My policy work with the 3KT group that I, along with Alicia Sales, started a long time ago, I think has been very successful in getting all of the education groups and other entities on the same page as we approach the General Assembly. And now if we had a legislature full of David Karens, we wouldn't have to work quite as hard. But we don't have that at this time. And so from the 3 associations, School Board Association, the Superintendent's Association, and the Administrators Association, plus our other partners, Bridget with the Pritchard Committee, Randy is now a member of some of the larger school districts that have lobbyists. Fayette County, Jefferson County are part of that. Of course, KBE and Brian represents the state board's interest, and so there's still a lot of work to do, but I think that entity has been very helpful in moving policy forward and getting diverse groups on the same page. So I'm thankful for the opportunity to have done that, and really pleased today that I'm receiving David's. I'll call him David since I'm probably old enough to do that.
It's actually the honor is to me that these 2 people have accepted the awards because they're 2 people that I have enormous respect for. And as Leon said, we go way back. And I'm glad we're still both here. And some of you may remember Bridget and I and other board members solved an enormous number of problems with wine over at the old Capitol Hotel. The meetings would adjourn and we would talk for another 3 hours. And it was 2 or 3 glasses of wine. So
there's that new board format.
Also want to say, on a more serious note, I had to get up very early today to get up here because, not because the drive was very far, but because I had to learn how to tie a tie again. I hate these things. And I stood in front of the mirror for about 10 minutes trying to figure out I forgot completely. Also, when I was on the board, I used to get a lot of members would ask me about my socks that I wear, and they would walk into the meeting and check out what socks I had on. Well, today they're hot pepper socks in keeping with my usual sock wearing attire. So I loved serving on this board. It was wonderful. It was one of the greatest honors of my life. I will just also say this, and Lou has heard me say this many times. I was very fortunate in my very early days to marry a Jefferson County public school teacher. I was tremendously honored that my 2 sons have went all the way through the Jefferson County public school system. Those 2 sons, and some of you heard me, but I'm going to say it again. Those 2 guys are now PhDs. One of them is heading the English department at Cleveland State University. He went to Cleveland State University and became the president of the union there, and was very active in negotiations as a union president. And then a couple of years ago, I picked the phone up and he told me, I've gone over to the dark side, Pop. I'm the head of the English department. Number two is a professor, another PhD, a professor at Speed School in computer software engineering. So public schools are where it's at. We must do everything that is humanly possible to preserve our public schools. I would urge some of the members of the General Assembly to read the Kentucky Constitution, the section on public education, where it is a requirement, if you swear the oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and of Kentucky, you will read that you are required to create a system of common schools for every single individual in this state. And it ought to be required reading as they swear in the legislature. So thank you all for the honor of being honored, but I'm honored that these two wonderful people have accepted the award. Thanks.
We have some other individuals who wanted to say a few things about Dr. Mooneyham. Alicia Sells, Terry Brooks, and William Myers. Are you here?
Terry's here. Oh, there's one.
So please come on. We have a couple more microphones just for all our millions of listeners at home.
Hello, everybody. I'm Alicia Sells. I'm the Director of Innovation at the Ohio Valley Education Cooperative. I'm the girl. I'm the lobbyist that Senator Karam told to focus on kids. We were at an interesting time in education at that point. We were not far out of Kara, where we still had lots of adults in the Capitol trying to regain their power. And so I worked for the organization that really had lost the most power in Kara. And we had some challenges in that point. And one of the things that I knew is that we weren't a great place at the General Assembly at that point, really. And so Senator Karam's advice was so useful to me because I really did always, and I still do, go to legislators and talk about kids. And I make it a point to, if there's something that I need to there's something I need to talk about with them that is adult related, I always make sure that it begins with kids and ends with kids and the adults are in between. And there's so many people at this table today that I know that take that same approach to working in public education, but no more so than these two. Leon has been my partner in crime in many legislative issues. And we've had great experiences working together back after Kara passed, right after it, in 1991 when I went to work for the School Administrators Association. So it's a great honor to me to have nominated Leon for this award and for it to be Senator Karam's award, because they're really two people that I have greater regard for in terms of what they've done for the children of the Commonwealth through public education. So thank you for the opportunity, and thank you for bestowing the award on Dr. Mooneyham. We're going to miss him a great deal in his retirement at OVEC, but I have no doubt that he will stay involved in some way for kids, and it's good to see you too, Senator Karam. Thank you all very much.
I love Alicia and all the women in Leon's life, including Carol Beth, his former boss, who are both today.
Hi, I'm William Myers. I'm the CEO of CASA, the Court-Appointed Special Advocates of the River Region, and Dr. Mooneyham serves as our board chair. I've known Leon since 2013 when I came on at CASA, and I've got to say that since that time, he served as a mentor to me, an advisor, a helpful guide, and most importantly, a friend. Leon is someone who truly cares about the children all over the Commonwealth, and that's evident in his work with CASA. I'm not an educator by background. I've not been involved in education. As I said, my field is child welfare, and Leon's commitment to the children who are abused and neglected in this Commonwealth, especially in our service area, has been truly remarkable. He cares about all children, and I think that's why he's so deserving of this award. the children that are forgotten, the children that are left behind, the children that we don't think about and don't always get seen. He's made his life's mission to make sure that they do. And so I'm so grateful for his work in education, his commitment to children, for Carol Beth, his wonderful wife, and also a CASA volunteer. Together as a team, they have made such a difference in so many children's lives, and we're just truly grateful for them.
Morning. I'm Terry Brooks with Kentucky Youth Advocates. Before I talk about Leon, I just really have an obligation to say that I had the opportunity to be principal of David's two sons, and I can't tell you what joy it was to have David as a parent. Leon and David are very much doppelgangers. They view the world in such similar ways. I think Lou and I share a deep respect for the great education reformer Ted Sizer. And Dr. Sizer wrote, "We face a blizzard of opportunities and obligations." That's always how I saw Leon and David look at the world of K-12. Lots of obligations, lots of opportunities. And they both led with such an exquisite blend of principles and pragmatism, because you have to have both. They both led with their head and their heart and their hand. Need all three of them. So David knows what respect I have for him as a leader. Leon knows what respect I have for him as a leader. Leon, I think, also knows that most of all, I treasure him as a good friend. So congratulations.
Leon, we have the official award here for you. Congratulations. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Take it out if you want.
No.
You can do that. Just go over here. Okay.
It's great to see you. I see you. Thank you. Thank you.
May I say one other thing, Madam Chair?
Certainly.
I can't resist saying that. What one does in life is not what they do, but it's the people around them. And any success that I may have had, or any things I might have done, have been because of the wonderful people that I've had around me. I feel like I'm the one talent guy, my talent being able to find and nurture and support and empower individuals that really have done all this work that got me taken care of. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. What a delight. What a special morning, the opportunity to give honor to whom honor is due. So, and thank you to everyone who came in to celebrate Leon with us today on an amazing career, a life and legacy that supported so many other people. I always love the old adage about you can count the seeds in an apple, but not the apples in a seed. And I think that speaks to your leadership over the years, Leon. Sharon wrote a note over here, principled pragmatism. So we've got lots of good takeaways from our session this morning. And we did hear lamentations from Bridget, who was not able to join us today, but I think we've spoken this morning to the amazing contribution that she's made. So the Senator David Karam Award is alive and well with these two amazing recipients. So thank you, everyone. . So we will jump right back into our agenda. And with us today is KBE's Chief Academic Officer, Nikki Ray, along with the leaders of the Kentucky Association of Educational Cooperatives from all across the state. And they're going to update us on how they have deployed CRISA funds, federal COVID relief funds, in innovative ways in their regions across Kentucky. So, Mickey, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, Sherry. Good morning, everyone, members of the board. I'm happy to be here today. Again, as Sherry said, my name is Vicki Ray, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer in the Office of Teaching and Learning. And part of my role is working as the liaison with the 8 executive directors from the regional cooperatives across the state. And it's been about 2 years that I have been able to develop a relationship with them. And it's just an honor. It's an honor to have space and time this morning to recognize their partnership, to recognize the great work that they're doing across the state, not only to support educators, but that ultimately impacts students in a way that, frankly, the agency does not have the capacity to do. And as Dr. Glass suggested, I think you'll see much evidence of the United We Learn vision woven not only into the CRISA work that they're doing, but their future initiatives as well to impact student experience, and that will focus on innovation. So I'm not going to take any more of their time. I'm going to turn it over. Today I have with me Amy Razor. She is the Executive Director from the Northern Kentucky Cooperative, and also Superintendent Rob Smith, who will be taking on a new role with the Kentucky Association of Educational Cooperatives as of July 1. So thank you both for being here.
Thank you. So first of all, we want to say thank you for giving us this opportunity to share. And as Dr. Young said about brevity, what I want to share is there will be a link that you can see all the slides and data if you would like. But we have taken 2 presentations that are multiple slides and condensed it. So, we will go through this rather quickly as requested. But if you have questions and if we've missed something because we have gone quickly, you're welcome to those questions. As Nikki said, I am Amy Razor, and I am one of 8 co-ops. And for the sake of time, though, I would like, we have everybody here, I think, but one who's out of town. So if you all would wave. All right. Because they're here too, and I think that's really important for you all to know that the biggest part of this is for the first time, we are united in our work. I started 8 years ago. I'm starting my 8th year as a co-op director, and I've always had great support from the other colleagues, but this is our first initiative ever that we've been joining in our work. So that's what's made this super powerful. So, okay. All right. So we are going to move pretty quick. The first slide just talks about initially when, the pandemic, we were, beginning that phase and trying to support schools. We were thankful to have some funding to begin some work to respond. I see, Amanda's here, and one of the things that would occur at co-op, we would get phone calls that would say, "Ken wants help do this," because we have a network of support. And, same with Mickey. What happened with this, we now are able to say yes. The funding created what we call CRISA teams. And so that united effort, we can move forward. CRISA teams, right? Like when you hear that, it's not welcoming to say coronavirus response relief appropriation. So the first thing one of my colleagues said is we did a summer convening, and they said we need to change that name. We'll stay true to the letters, but we need to work on that. So we received the money in late spring, got everyone hired by July, and had a convening quickly. So that's one of the I'll say benefits of having all of us work together. We can accomplish something like that. To pull off a summer convening that quickly usually isn't possible, but it was with this group. So you will see that we did a kind of a Google survey and put all of the brain power together, made people there with us during that time. And it became collaborative response to reimagine schools for all. How much more welcoming could that be? And so our CRISA team began that work to respond and reimagine schools. What you see there in that picture is a snapshot of two people at an MTSS training, two people of many, that's a KBE training. At that time, when our schools needed the most help, we were able to respond. And, you know, I just can't stress enough, this was not a way we could respond before at most co-op. And so through the support that we received from the Kentucky Department of Education, we were able to respond in a way that our districts needed in a time they needed it the most, but it was purposeful. And so working with KDE, we had very specific objectives of the work that needed to happen from KDE, the work that the schools needed, and be responsive to the district needs. What you see here, I think goes back to what we've been hearing all morning, is the students. This jar has 676 rocks in it. Does anybody know what that might be? Stand for. So 676 stands for the number of weeks we have when we get our kids. And so when we think about why is it important to reimagine schools for kids, we have 676 weeks. So this jar is that symbol. So when we think about that funding we got, we're like, we've got to get to work. We have this team, we have this energy. What are we going to do to reimagine kids, the school to meet those kids' needs? And so each week, you know, when you think about that, it's a limited time that we have them in our care. So with that in mind, we went from 2 educators working together, right? That's one snapshot to, in 1 year, 18,106 Kentucky educators directly impacted by crystal work. So when you think about, you know, that whole number, that's almost half in 1 year. And usually when you're involved in grant work, they'll say, take the first 6 months to get it started, figure out what you're doing. That didn't happen with this. You can see it started right away. Trainings happened. I think the numbers tell the story. Co-ops have trust with their districts because we have that. Our boards, our superintendents, they ask for what support they need. Part of this work allows schools to fill out a survey to say, what do you need specifically in response to the pandemic? So our coaches could be responsive. The next slide, which, you know, when you look at that, you almost think, is that possible, right, in 1 year? And so looking at that data, that means that every district in the state attended a training, one or many. So from the required trainings on the standards and MTSS to the specific needed trainings in the region, we had 100% statewide coverage. We were all pretty, you know, we've been tracking the data. I think we gave that to you quarterly. But when we were able to put this together, you know, it was kind of that cold chill moment, like, this is amazing. Okay, and then if you look at the next 3 slides, go back to the United to Learn. And when the commissioner spoke today, I think it hit me even harder when he used the word kind of the United to Learn, and the opposite, divided we fall, right? That I think that's what we've experienced as co-ops is we have, you know, whenever you do something for the first time, it's hard. And so I think, you know, the more we link arms and work together, the more success we have as a state. We know that these pods of networks are a great thing, but imagine what happens when all 8 of us work together. And so Krista is creating vibrant student experiences. And so how we did that was that partnership with KDE. And so instead of getting phone calls that say, here's something that we need help with, you know, that the districts will need this training, we could do it specifically through the grant, and we had people. We had people on our team that were there to do this work, who were talented, dedicated, and inspired about this work. We also have on this team SEL team members, you know, and the social, we knew social emotional needs were there before the pandemic, right? And so now to have team members sponsored by this funding is, you know, a need that our districts wanted, and now we can, put into play, very purposeful. So again, responsive to the individual district needs, because they get to have a voice in this too, is a way that we are able to respond to those student experiences. Krista is community engagement. So when we started thinking about that statement, one of the things that we think co-ops are very kind of at the heart of our work are the networks of support. We have lots of PLNs, so groups that meet together, like our PE teachers or our teachers or our librarians, our, I'm saying those special areas, but it's all over. We have our professional learning coordinators, our superintendent groups. So all of these networks of support, they have ways to communicate, and they'll come together and say, here's our problem, and they'll use their human capacity to help solve that. And one of the core beliefs that we have is that that's one of our most valuable resources, and it's free, is how do we use that human capacity better? And so if at our co-op, we're really good at this one thing, and at another co-op, they're really good at another thing, we've capitalized on that. And we've been able to use this as a network to share across the state. And the language we use is a regional approach with a statewide impact. And so that's kind of been our tagline that I think David, I have to give him credit for that, because it's stuck. He said that's kind of what we want. And what do we want to honor how unique we are in our parts of the state, but what do we have that we can share and grow from? And so along with that, there have been a lot of products, tangible products that have come out of that because of sharing that human capacity. And then Krista is innovation. First of all, just the way we've come together for the first time, and I think of innovation and taking things that exist and putting them together in a different way. Co-ops have existed. So us working together differently than we ever have is definitely the first stage of innovation. And then that collective effort has created this model that we can layer on, and we've just seen so many, I'll say, products and responsiveness from our districts, and they've asked for, I'll say, more and more and more. And we share regularly on the calls. So I'm going too long. I'm like, I know we have a short time, so I'll be my part up. And I just think that being able to be that hub for effectiveness and model those throughout the state have, I think, created those, I'll say, repository of learning that we can share. And then the last slide is one of my favorites. That is one of, we actually have an alternative school in our setting, and that's one of our bright students from there. And so his smile, I think, says a lot. And Mickey shared the statement on one of our last calls, and she talked about the curriculum, the standards being the great equalizer. And so when you go back to the heart of our work and creating that response to reimagine schools for all from our Krista team, that's the heart of it, creating something that will meet the needs of all kids. And so that wording, though, I think is so powerful, that great equalizer for all kids. A lot of times you think of standards, you think of a big book, or, it gets lost. And no, really the standards are about being the great equalizer. And so when we move into the next slide, we're going to transition quickly to where we're going next. But it can't be lost on that foundation of, because we found success in Krista, I think Bart called and said, why don't we do something else? And we're all still spinning, right? Because this year went really fast, and we're like, okay, we've learned a lot through this. We had a lot of successes. But what we know is this is working, us working together. We have a lot of things that we know that we liked about it. One of the things we knew we needed was a unifier for the work, because when you have 8 different co-ops, who's the boss there? Well, I'm not. and Gretchen isn't, and Leon's not, right? Because we're all at co-ops, we're all the same. And so how do we get somebody who can help us, who can be the unifier? So we decided to, in the grant work, to hire somebody. And so I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Smith, who's going to take it from here. And for this new work, the deeper learning, she's going to share those slides. But I think just to put the big picture together, you can think of Krista is creating the foundation, the supports that kids need, so that deeper learning can occur. So both will continue at the same time.
Good morning. I am proud to be part of that more that everybody wanted. My path to deeper learning was started 27 years ago. Proud middle school math teacher. Been on to middle school principal and finally the superintendent. And I didn't know it at the time, but way back when, if you've been there, you'll feel this deeply. Eighth graders can take you to places, deeper places that you never knew you wanted or needed. So the seeds of deeper learning were sown very early in my career, and couldn't be more thankful. I actually had the opportunity to work with Dr. Terry Brooks almost 20 years ago now. I'm forever grateful for that experience. But as part of my superintendency, which is coming to a rapid close here in 2 weeks, I've been able to work with the co-ops and build relationships with this group. And Amy stole my thunder a little earlier with acknowledging them. But I will say that even though it's a short time, the opportunity to work with Dr. Leon Mooneyham is something that I couldn't pass up. He is a legend, and one of my Clifton strengths is input. I collect information, and I watch things, and I observe. And as a young teacher and a young principal in the Obeck region, I watched him, and I watched his superintendency, and I watched his ability to lead people and cultivate excellence, and hopefully can carry some of that along with our deeper learning. So thank you, Dr. Mooneyham. My first slide, I'll hit on that first bullet, which is some of the most innovative practices are happening right now. They are happening in our Kentucky schools, and this is part of my reason for really wanting to pursue this position. As Dr. Glass mentioned earlier, we have our local labs, and they have profile of a graduate going on, profiles of learners going on at the secondary level, at the elementary level. We have benefits-based accountability opportunities going on, and all of these things tie together. I think is part of the board goals, and there's such a connection with the deeper learning work and all of these elements, and seeing them coalesce and come together is an exciting time. I'm really pleased to be a part of that movement. As a young superintendent, six or so years ago, I was still trying to figure out budgets and staffing and all of those things, and sitting in a cooperative meeting, and Dr. Poe said, "You know what I want to do? I want students from all over our region. I want to create an innovative school for all kids, not just my Boone County kids. I want it for all kids." And we just kind of leaned back and like, okay. I'm still trying to figure out how to do a school district budget, in my first or second year. But watching Dr. Poe work and watching that come to fruition, that's deeper learning. And I think we have the opportunity to take those type of practices and spread those out among Kentucky schools. So that's what really excites me about this work, and watching it and seeing how it parallels those board meetings. If there is a single thing I could say about deeper learning, it's teaching our kids to be critical thinkers. Dr. Glass mentioned this earlier about just collecting information or receiving information from our teachers, transforming that into critical thinkers is my goal, and it's your goal, and I think it's the goal of our educators across the state. So what is deeper learning? I think if you ask 10 people, you get 10 different definitions. And you know what? I think it should be that. I think that's a good thing. That next slide talks about the skills and dispositions that make up deeper learning. But I'll go back again to a quote from Dr. Glass. He said, meaningful learning experiences. Quote, meaningful learning experiences. What does that look like in our classrooms? Our deeper learning work for the co-ops is founded in 4 distinct pillars. And those are on our next slide. And I think if you did a crosswalk between our 4 pillars of deeper learning and the United We Learn goals, you'll see a direct correlation. The connection is strong, and the work is coalesced around those items. If I can make it personal for a second, that last one is very important. I have 4 children, 2 biological, 2 adopted. My 2 younger, my adopted children are from the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are coming. They've been with me now for 6 years, but they have had some barriers, had some challenges, and if there's anything I can do as a product, my professional world, is to make sure that they have a great experience. They have social emotional barriers to overcome. They've done great. They have learning barriers to overcome, language acquisition. I couldn't be happier with what they've received in our public schools, and it drives me. I mentioned my why, but that's my why. I'm in children. So the next few slides kind of go together, but you see that each of our district teams will work, or the district teams in the state will work with their cooperatives on how they can amplify their vision. They will, we're here to foster autonomy, foster whatever direction those districts want to go. We're here to facilitate that, and I get the best seat in the house and watching that happen and helping facilitate make that happen. We have a Venn diagram that kind of shows you the structure of our initiative. We wanted these resources to go to teachers. That's where it happens. The magic happens in those classrooms. And so the majority of our resources will go to those classrooms, upwards to 70% or so, and that was by design. And the co-op directors can be heralded for that decision. Last slide there is our path to deeper learning, and I'll direct you to the first top left map point, which is a customized entry point. That's important. Districts are in different places. We want to meet them where they are and help foster that growth along that highway, that road, that pathway. And I'll take you to the last one, which is building human capacity and creating networks of support. Spread the goodness, and we will ask all along that pathway, how does this change the learner experience? How is what you're doing changing the learner experience? And it better, because that's why we're here, and that's good for our kids. And I appreciate your time. I think we are better together. Appreciate our co-ops for having the vision to start this initiative. And I would tell a joke and say, like, hire a great person. I guess I did say it.
Excellent.
But anyway, thank you so much. Thanks for your time, and thanks for supporting these endeavors.
Excellent. Thank you. I can't get over the synthesis that we've experienced this morning on so many different fronts. I don't know if you've ever seen this, but there's a children's book called Zoom. It has a bright red cover. Yeah, it's getting a little long in the tooth, but I love it because it goes from this big picture view and then just starts zooming in on individual elements of that picture. And I think we've had a chance to go from big picture to detailed and back out again today, and that's a journey that I have thoroughly enjoyed. So thank you for all the work. I text Bart Klinger all the time. You guys got to make this work. You got to make this movement happen. Push, push, push. So I love seeing it happen, and I'm reminded that leadership accelerates emergence, and that's where we are right now. So thank you.
We will make it happen.
Yes, yes. And Bart, that's all you had to say. All right. Thank you so much.
Lou, I'd like to comment if I could.
Yes, please.
Yeah. First of all, I just want to let people know the reason why I'm not there is I was at the college. I sit on the College Board Advisory Council, and all the things that we just heard from the commissioner to the other things are things that's been communicating around the country and what the College Board and so forth is working on. So I'm glad to see the presentation today. Also, subbing on or sitting as the subcommittee chair of the curriculum committee in our work of the portrait of a graduate to see how this all ties in. So I know I and Dr. or Commissioner Glass, Dr. Glass, and others have been communicating on this topic over the last month. So I'm really appreciative of the presentation so that other people across the Commonwealth and our legislators and the others, as the commissioner talked about in United We Learn, get a greater understanding of the work that we're doing and trying to tie all this work together. And I'm very glad to see Rob is taking over in July 1 to be the face of that particular work, so that we all as a board can continue to get updates, as you said, as we continue to learn, because that was the reason of most of us getting on the board here is about learning. It's not about the budgets and all the other stuff, but it's really about the learning. So I'm really glad to see this presentation, how it all ties together, and really committed is on our curriculum committee, how this, the portrait of a graduate, portrait of a learner, will set those particular standards for all this work that's happening across the state. So very proud, and thanks to the committee there and to the department there, Mickey, on putting this all together for us. So I know it took extra time on their part, and I just want to say thank you to staff, because I think this will help lots of people across the Commonwealth know how we're tying all this work together.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Poe.
And now, unfortunately, I have to get off here to catch a plane to get back to Kentucky, which I'm looking forward to. So talk to you all.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all so much. And the next group that's scooting you guys off the table and slotting in there, an awesome and geographically diverse crew from the Kentucky Student Voice Team, along with their student leader, Mississippi, and their adult leader, Rachel Geller, are going to give us an update on their work, their youth research work around Race to Learn. With visual aids. Excellent.
Good morning, Commissioner Glass, Chairman Young, members of the Kentucky Board of Education, and special greetings to Soliana Beckman, the Commonwealth's first ever student representative.
These are your people.
My name is Rima Dubs, and I just finished my sophomore year at DuPont Manual High School in Jefferson County. I come before you today with my colleagues, student researchers from across the state, who are members of the Kentucky Student Voice Team. As you know, we are an independent youth-led organization that seeks to co-create more just and democratic schools and communities as research, policy, and advocacy partners. And while in the spirit of intergenerational partnership, we are most definitely honored to be here with you in Frankfort. We are also compelled to be here. Kentucky Board of Education members, we come before you today with concern. Kentucky's most recent legislative session saw a number of bills aiming to limit what we can talk about in school. Among others, House Bill 14 and House Bill 18, which mirror bills introduced in a number of neighboring states, sought to fine districts for allowing classroom conversations about systemic racism in America. Along with many educators and families across the state, we protested the bills through writing and rallying. And we would like to think that that made a difference, since they did not ultimately pass into law. While the worst was avoided, bills targeting similar content on a smaller scale have passed, and will likely continue to be filed for years to come. But we contend that providing space for thoughtful discussion about controversial issues is exactly what enables schools to foster critical thinking and respect for those with diverse backgrounds, the very bedrocks of a healthy democracy. And by sharing some of our research with you today, we hope to prove it. Our Race to Learn study is a student-driven initiative launched in the midst of heated local and national conversation about whether and how to discuss issues related to race and ethnicity in school. The original goal was to capture the ongoing experiences of Kentucky youth to better inform public discourse around the subject and help ensure that at least here in the Commonwealth, it was more student-centered. The study centers around the results of our race, ethnicity, and school climate survey, which itself was inspired by our previous school climate research, including the student-led school climate audits we've conducted since 2016 and our statewide 2020 Coping with COVID student survey. The survey tool we developed was refined by young people and adults beyond our teams. We provided extensive feedback and guidance ahead of and during its dissemination to help ensure our results would closely mirror the racial and geographic diversity of our state. The survey window opened to the public on December 10th, 2021, and when it closed 2 weeks later, a remarkable 10,725 students from 114 of Kentucky's 120 counties responded. Our survey focuses on 6 broad themes derived from our quantitative results and includes a range of student voices from over 23,000 open responses that were analyzed and distilled by our research team. With that context, I want to prime you for exactly what you are about to hear. One at a time, 6 of our 26 high school researchers will each share a general theme, a key fact, or a few that emerged from our research, and just a few of the many related student voices we captured in our Race to Learn report. Presenting highlights in this way is how we aim to share the head and the heart of what we found. And with that, we'll move right into finding 1, into Cadence Brown from Marshall County.
Thank you, Rima. Finding 1 has to do with confronting racism. We found in our Race to Learn study that nearly half of Kentucky students, including white students and students of color alike, express that racism is a prevalent issue that schools need to address. The fact is, we specifically found that 46% of Kentucky students, or nearly half, report that their school needs to do more to confront racism. Now, I'm going to share some of the voices and stories we gathered, which will give you a better sense of how that stark number impacts Kentucky students on a day-to-day basis. A Black Fayette County senior shared, "I wish they would stop ignoring the topic and stop beating around the bush like nothing happened. It's like someone saying, 'I don't see color,' but you're ignoring the fact that I am someone of color. If you don't see color, you don't see me." Another voice comes from a white Brown County junior. "It's not fair to African American and minority students in schools to have to wait when they've been waiting their whole life just to feel appreciated at school. We white students are fragile when discussing what our problems are, so we don't want to talk about them. Being fragile makes it worse because you can't call someone openly racist or they'll get angry or defensive. All I'm saying is something must be done. Schools have to wait when they've been waiting." The last voice I will share is from a Caldwell County 7th grader who's Black. "I could pinpoint all the racist teachers in this school right now. We are all people and we are all equal. Stop the hate and racism." That was finding 1. Next up for finding 2 is Arifamani Sarastava from Warren County.
Thank you, Kate. Finding 2 is about representation in the classroom. Our study found that a significant number of Kentucky students of color feel unrepresented in what they learn in school. First, a fact. Nearly half of students of color report that their racial or ethnic group is rarely or never represented in textbooks, posters, or other materials that are used in their classrooms. For better context, this finding demands a few more facts. Just about 1/3 of all respondents said they never had the opportunity to talk about their own experiences with race in class, and a little over half of students say their teachers rarely or never talk about issues related to race or ethnicity. And yet, 82% of students of color said that their race or ethnicity is an important part of their identity, and 61% of white students say the same. Here are some voices to give you an idea of what students thought while we asked these questions. The first is from a Fayette County senior who's Black. "We barely talk about Black history unless Black History Month, and we shouldn't just be important only for a month." The next is from a Clay County sophomore who's white. "This is pointless. I'm white, so of course it's going to be represented in textbooks because we ruled the world for hundreds of years." And the final is from a Rowan County freshman who is white and Black. "As a person of color, going into a classroom where you don't feel welcome half the time is pretty rough. And I don't think they consider what all we experience outside of school, let alone on the inside. Middle Nazir from Jefferson County will share our third finding with you now.
Thank you, Ari. Finding 3 has to do with equitable rule enforcement. Our survey results show that a significant number of Kentucky students perceive racial or ethnic bias in how rules are enforced at school. The fact is, roughly 1 in 5 students report that students are rarely or never fairly enforced for students of different racial ethnic backgrounds. For students of color, this number increases to nearly 1 in 4. A white Pendleton County senior says, regarding the rules being fairly enforced, there have been a few cases involving students of color, primarily Black, in which administration immediately assumed that they were guilty of whatever incident occurred without investigating first. Black students that get into fights are almost always given a more severe punishment, even if they did not start the fight. Similarly, an Asian junior in Pike County said, a lot of teachers don't openly talk about racial issues or call it out. We had a couple students saying white power and we are the superior race, and nothing was done about it, even though many students reported it. And nothing is done when white students say the N-word. Next, we'll be hearing finding 4 from Isha Bachwa, a student from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Minal. Along with the lack of equitable rule enforcement, finding 4 exposes the prevalence of exclusion in schools. Our study revealed that too many Kentucky students contribute to a school environment that is exclusionary towards students of color. A fact found from our finding is that 1 in 3 respondents reported that they often hear students make insensitive comments about the race or ethnicity of other students. Responses captured by our survey included a Hardin County senior who is both white and Black that expressed, quote, I wish they would understand how much actually goes into being a person of color in high school. Every day it's like insensitive and racist comments flying at me all the time. And I still have to put my head down and do my work. Another example of voice comes from a Christian County senior who is Black. As students of color, we are not always treated the same, and we have very negative stereotypes. Many peers of mine are actively racist towards me because of the color of my skin, but when I confront them, I am in the wrong. In all honesty, people of color are not asking for a lot. We just want to be treated like our white peers while we can still be ourselves. For the next finding, I pass it off to Tal Assad from Fulton County.
Thank you, Isha. Our 5th finding has to do with teacher diversity. With only 39% of Kentucky students of color saying that they have had a teacher of a similar racial or ethnic background, it is clear that all students are missing out on the benefits of a diverse teaching staff. Furthermore, we found a correlation between students who have never had this experience and students who express a lack of belonging in their school. A teaching staff that fails to be representative of their student demographic only exacerbates the exclusion that students of color feel in their schools. While quantitative data can bring needed attention to the problem at hand, the open responses captured by our survey can speak to the impact this issue has had on students across the state. A white and Black sophomore from Henderson County told us this. Most of my teachers are white. I've had barely 4 teachers of a different race. Whenever I bring up topics of race, some teacher tries to get away from the subject, like I shouldn't talk about it, or like I'm overreacting. Similarly, a white junior from Harlan County responded, I'm from a small town in the South that is historically predominantly white, even though ethnicity has varied due to it being a coal mining town. I've only had 1 teacher in my school career of a different racial identity than me. For our final finding, finding 6, I'll just hand it off to a Garrett County junior, Viviana Weaver.
Thank you, Charlotte. Our last finding we share with you today, finding 6, has to do with conversations beyond the classroom. The thousands of students who responded to our December survey led us to believe that no matter what is or isn't being taught in the classroom, Kentucky students are discussing and learning about race and ethnicity in Congress. A fact I'd like to share with you today. Almost half of Kentucky students surveyed reported that they regularly have conversations about race and ethnicity beyond the classroom. Additionally, 3/4 of them report having not one, but several friends of races and ethnicities different than their own. This number rises to 84% for students of color. A voice from an Ohio County sophomore who is like, even though I'm white, I realize my privilege and know these topics are important. And when I try to start conversations about these things, I get shut down and told I can say anything because I'm white, even though I've educated myself. Another voice from a Fayette County junior who is white. Our school has done a decent job of discussing race and attempting to build an equitable environment for our students of color. However, less discussion is not enough. Having listened to my peers of color, I realize that there's still work to be done, and we accomplish this through conversation, which is the only thing that creates action. You've just heard our 6 key findings, which outline some of the challenges Kentucky schools face when confronting issues surrounding race and ethnicity in schools. As you're probably considering, okay, so we've got some issues here, but what exactly can we, as education decision makers, do about them? Fortunately, we anticipate you thinking that. So, we are super excited to share a few recommendations we have for people in power, like KBE, to help address the challenges. Nora Lauder came to us today all the way from Logan County, Kentucky, and so we will give her the honor.
Thank you, Vivi. So yes, Kentucky Board of Education. The questions that you are asking yourselves are exactly the ones that you should be asking. With all of this quantitative and qualitative data, what should a good policymaker do to improve school climate for Kentucky students of all racial and ethnic backgrounds? Fortunately, we have a number of suggestions that emerge straight from Kentucky students themselves. For administrators and policymakers interested in making our schools more safe, inclusive, and engaging to students of all racial and ethnic backgrounds, we offer a number of targeted recommendations in the Race to Learn report. For the sake of time today, though, and to continue to address the concern about whether teachers should be encouraged to discuss controversial issues and current events in the classroom, we'll share just a few of those now. Here's what we, student researchers, recommend to you. Model informed discussions about difficult issues around race and ethnicity here in the boardroom, out in your communities, and in less formal education spaces. Students are already having these conversations in less structured spaces and could benefit substantially from the knowledge validation and facilitation that skills like you and people like you can provide. Work to design spaces both in and out of the classroom that allow students and teachers alike to have these challenging discussions about race in the modern day. We know from scores of publications that people are best able to learn when they can step out of their comfort zone and work with their peers. As such, facilitating active and stimulating dialogue on these issues will help better prepare students for a dynamic world and our teachers to be more responsive to our needs. Determine what specific problems students face in their classrooms and explore with students what creative solutions might exist to address them. Our data reveals there's a real disconnect between too many students and staff on issues related to race and school climate, but we can bridge that gap by being more intentional about being and creating spaces for youth and adults to have more courageous conversations about them. From cross-generational dialogue to professional development surveys, we should be using every tool at our disposal to ensure that schools are not just inclusive, but empowering. Our team learned so much by doing this research, and we share some of those reflections in our report. Just to give you a taste of the depth of our process, and to underscore the point about the importance of teaching controversial issues and current events in high school classrooms, listen to the words of Kira Pusateri from Danville Independent High School.
Thank you, Nora. Before I share my own thoughts, in true Kentucky student voice team fashion, where we are always thinking of ways to amplify student voices other than our own, I'd like to share with the words of one of my colleagues who can't be here today, Tamara Johnson. She's a biracial student from Jefferson County who also played a huge role in our research team. What I learned in doing this research is that race and ethnicity are a part of our identity, Tamara said, and we are not able to have conversations about race or be properly educated on race in our schools, which are supposed to be a safe place. How can we teach ourselves to accept these differences and new ideas? If we don't get taught about these lessons in school, then how do schools expect us to learn these, to have these conversations ourselves? Again, those were Tamira's words. Here are a few of my own reflections. In doing this research, I was struck by the fact that many white students express that they feel uncomfortable asking questions about different races in the classroom, even though they are genuinely curious about those different cultures. But the fear that they will be perceived as racist or insensitive, as well as a classroom environment that does not encourage conversation, stops them from asking those questions. I think it's interesting that we hear lots of arguments regarding the conversation of uncomfortable topics in schools like racism. What I took away from this research is that the real discomfort comes from not teaching those topics and setting up students for a more difficult adult life where they continue to feel out of place asking those questions. With that said, then we'll now wrap things up.
Thank you, Kira. Members of the Kentucky Board of Education, there are three main rationales behind our Race to Learn study. First, by uplifting student stories and statistics, we hope to provide insight that can guide education decision makers to be more responsive to the needs of students through and well beyond our legislative session. Second, by sharing this research, we hope to bridge the empathy gap between and among students and the adults who support them. Third, by working as a transparent, inclusive, and collaborative team in documenting the process, we hope to provide a model for how young people and other stakeholders can act as citizen researchers to ensure more just and democratic schools and communities. There is so much more to this study beyond what we presented today. Fortunately, we have our complete Race to Learn reports hot off the press, and they are readily available for you. We have hard copies with us today, as well as the online version that's available on our website, kystudentvoiceteam.org. The full report includes more findings and recommendations, our methodology in detail, and crucially, reflections from our team on the incredible youth-led research process. We know we've shared a lot of information today, but if you take away only one idea from our Race to Learn study, we hope it is renewed energy around ensuring that our classrooms are dynamic places to learn and grow and explore controversial and current issues, like those around history and legacy of racism in a safe space. We know from our research that Kentucky students already talk about race in the hallways, after school, and online. Landing classroom conversations eliminates a moderated, diverse space for students to exchange ideas and challenge their own. We depend on our classrooms to help us both practice and do democracy. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Robinson just whispered in my ear, wow, that's how I feel today too. So thank you all so much for being here. I've had the chance to read the reports more than one time. As always, my researcher's heart is warmed to see the amazing youth participatory action research that you guys engage in. It's legit, it's rigorous, it's really good work, and most importantly, it informs us as we think about policy and decisions that we make that impact the actions that happen in the classroom. I love the recommendations for us, starting with a commitment that before you all arrived, we talked about changing the format of our board meetings so that we have more time together to talk about important issues. And we can start that out by having important conversations about race and learning and the experiences of youth of color in our classrooms and in our schools. So I think that your timing, as always, is impeccable. I also always appreciate that you guys never leave the report just to stand on its own. Instead, you guys take action. You continue to pursue the lines of inquiry that result. And I couldn't be more proud of the work that you do. And then to see you guys from all over the state of Kentucky reminds me one more time that this is the best work happening in our Commonwealth. So it's a delight to see you this morning. Board members, any questions? I know we're limited on time. We're gonna fix that one day. But any questions or feedback for the student voice team?
Just a quick comment.
Please.
Chair. First of all, you have our ears, and you have more than our ears. You have our determination, you have our support, and how exciting to sit here and see our future. So you are to be commended for using your voices. Never be silenced. Never silence. Keep it up.
Best kindergarten teacher on the planet.
Yeah, awesome. I'm gonna go there. I recognize you.
A degree to separation of trees from prairies. A special thanks to Emmy and Rachel for pulling together a team in the summer when students' minds are often on other things. The same. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay. I love that my people are here. I love this so much. I'm so glad that, this is a very important work that you're doing, and I've watched from the sidelines all the dedication and hard work that you all have put into this to not only get your perspective, but to get that of the majority of Kentuckians, and so that is something that is so commendable. And I thank you all so very much for doing this work, and it's not easy work for sure. So thank you. And I think one thing I was able to get from that presentation is that words are powerful, and you've detailed very, very moving and call to actions and pressing topics that students have said directly in your survey, and you have highlighted that here, and I want to say how special that is, and how captivating it was, and how you're willing to directly speak the words of so many Kentucky students who couldn't be here and present for themselves. And so that is something that's so powerful, and it's touched us in this presentation, and I hope that we are able to continue spreading that message in the way that you all do. I'm a Black student. I'm a Black student in an 80% white high school that I graduated from, and that is hard. And I relate to so many of the messages that when I get emotional, that was said today. And it's a struggle every day that students of color go through. Especially when you want the bare minimum from your school administration, from your peers, from so many people, and when you see legislation that and policymakers come out with things that defy your existence, and something that within your public school, it's hard, and it's hard to feel worthy, and it's hard to progress yourself, and so I thank you guys so much for making sure that the voices of so many unheard was heard. Thank you. And was directly translated to our legislators and our policymakers and those in power, so that they can at least recognize the hurt and the pain and the work of so many students just to fit in their school and just to be who they are. So this is so moving, and I'm sorry, but this is great work, and I thank you guys so much for doing this 100%. Thank you.
Always thank you. You brought it right home to this family, so thank you so much for that. And I'm just reminded that when we know better, we do better, and that's what this conversation has to be about moving forward. Allison.
To hear my own school, students from my own school quoted twice in your findings today, tears at my heart. But I wanted you to know that we are working on it, but we have a long way to go, but we are addressing it. I also wanted to add on to what Liana said. When policy and legislation in other states being passed and even presented in our own state, that threaten to fine and take teaching certificates from our educators. They are afraid. They are afraid, and they're shutting down conversations that shouldn't be shut down because of that. We've got to keep working on that, and I hope you share this with people all over the state and with other educators and our legislators. And I'm here to tell you they can find me, they can take my teaching certificate, but they cannot silence me. And I will continue to stand with you.
Dr. Tom.
It doesn't say much following the comments, but I think what you've done, is you've taken on some issues that a lot of people in the South have in the state are working on making decisions based on lack of information, based on admire you for taking action during this last political session. Yes, you've done that. It's your world. You have taken an approach to seek out facts, seek out personal observations that mean a lot to a lot of people in the state needs. You have a lot of legislators that need to open up and read this book and to listen to what you have to say. They may not. But you need to be talking and expecting some of it.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so some significant agenda shifting happening up here. Oh, yes, thank you. Excellent. So we are moving forward past consent and past committee. That's boring stuff we can handle this afternoon. No offense or anything. So we're going to move past that, and that brings us to the item on our agenda, the recognition of the presentation of the Teresa Perry Compassion Award. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Glass and Tony Constable.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This year, we received 14 nominations for this award. And I'm extremely proud to announce that the second recipient of the Teresa Perry Compassion Award is our own Monica Raines, an Executive Administrative Secretary in the Office of Teaching and Learning. Monica has served Kentucky students, teachers, and education leaders for 21 years. She began her work at KBE as an administrative assistant. She became an administrative secretary in 2005, an administrative specialist 3 in 2014, and an executive administrative secretary in 2019. Through her current position, she works with KDE's Division of Equity, Inclusion, Division of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Belonging, which is committed to fostering an inclusive learning environment in which all Kentucky public school students receive equitable access and opportunities. Monica's nominator worked with both Teresa and Monica and said they are cut from the same cloth. Her nominator also said, Monica has been with the department for several years and I have watched her grow. She started out as a receptionist and quickly grasps the work of the department. She takes great pride in this work and always strives to do her best. Over the years, she has displayed loyalty to KDE and exhibited this loyalty through her work, performance, and passion for the work that she does. If Monica does not know something, she will not stop until she gets the answer or figures out a suitable solution. On many occasions, she will ask for advice and assistance if something is troubling her. She is reliable and oftentimes works with no one who knows it. Congratulations, Monica. I know you could not be here with us in person, but I hope that you hear how much valued you are here at KDE. And I believe that Dr. Woods Tucker, our Deputy Commissioner in the Office of Teaching and Learning, is here to accept the award on your behalf. And I also want to thank Teresa's family for your continued partnership and support of us at KDE. Today, Teresa's sister Drew and her daughter Emily are here for the presentation. Thank you. Maybe y'all can come up and tell us, remind us a little bit about what you made.
There's Monica.
Yeah, great.
While they come up, I can give a little brief. So Teresa Perry was very special to many of us here. She worked here for 33 years. And at the time of her unexpected passing in June of 2020, she was serving in the role of executive secretary to the commissioner. and provided outstanding customer service. So this really was an award created in the spirit of Teresa, who we all love very, very dearly. We miss her very, very much. But so happy to be able to award this to employees here at TK.
Thank you. Yeah, would y'all like to speak about Teresa?
Okay. Right, I mean, emotional. You can do it. She's a very special person, and I was there to lend a hand. Very, very compassionate, loving. I always loved education, the Department of Education. She was very devoted. This award means a lot to us, as I'm sure it would her. I'm sure she's fine. As and Monica's very devoted. She's a very good lady. I've talked with her many times. She's a very nice lady, and I'm sure Teresa will be very proud and happy that she received this award. Monica?
Thank you. Monica, would you like to say anything?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be here with you all today, but my mom is sick, and so I had to stay home with her. Thank you so much for this award. Teresa was a good friend. She was a very good friend. Teresa and I shared a bit of a bond. Teresa took care of her mother, and sometimes, during work, she and I would sit down and have a few minutes of conversation about care, tips, and sometimes just have a laugh about the funny things that happen as a caregiver. And so this award means a lot to me. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica. We are so proud of you, and couldn't think of a more deserving award. Dr. Woodstucker is accepting the award on your behalf, and he has been warned and threatened to you.
Monica, I apologize for telling you 15 fibs as to why you need to be on this time.
Well,
all right. And Monica Thomas is going to fill that with your favorite candy.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, as we approach lunchtime, we will turn our attention to the recognition of the 21-22 Content Area Educators of the Year Award, content area, roles, etc. Throughout the pandemic, we have gone through a lot of unsatisfying remote award ceremonies. So Meredith and team said, can we just pull out the stops and invite a bunch of companies to celebrate all the amazing educators, educational leaders across Kentucky who just haven't been able to be celebrated as they should be. Kentucky is fortunate to have incredibly talented and passionate educators at every level across the state, dedicated to professional growth and perfecting their craft. They are role models for all of us. We are honored to recognize an elite set of educators who received awards this year from a prestigious list of professional associations and organizations, every K group you can imagine. So please enjoy a brief video highlighting these outstanding educators. Excellent. What a treat. I was so happy to see so many faces that I love and recognize and have had the privilege of working with over the years. And I just am reminded that when we take time to recognize folks for good service, that we set the bar higher every time. And it is a recognition of all of those of you who are and have been teachers in this room and leaders that we take time to recognize. We have invited all of those folks to join us for lunch. Of course, they couldn't all come, but several did. And so we will be having a celebratory luncheon with all of them who were able to join us today. And they have each received an additional certificate from us with a beautiful 2022 KBE Educator Excellence pin to commemorate this special event. So congratulations again for our awardees who are being recognized today at lunch. Board members, as we prepare to recess and enjoy meeting these folks, be sure you avail yourselves of their name tag so that you see who they are and what award they're being honored for. That's a little aid for you as you navigate through and say hi and get to meet some people. Take a moment for a break. I know you haven't had one. And then we'll reconvene around lunch, and I'll just make a few remarks about the folks who are here. And I am going to have to shorten lunch. We will still plan to be back here by 1 o'clock so that we can jump back in, catch up on a couple of the housekeeping items, and then finish our agenda in a timely fashion. So Stacy, if you think we can make it, yes, even with some a well-earned mingling, we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. So Megan, we will be out for recess for lunch. Welcome everyone. We are returning from a lovely recess with many of the awardees across educator roles over this past year. It was a lovely lunch. Thank you to Elizabeth, to Meredith, to Stacy and the whole team who was able to orchestrate that event in the middle of the state board meeting. Yeah. So Herculean effort, but well paid off. I had a lovely conversation with several different teachers whom I had not met. Got to see a lot of old friends. Already had some ideas. Holly's already running with the idea that we should do this and on a larger scale next year with some conversations where we have some breakouts with some of the folks. The brain trust in that room today at lunch was hefty, so it was a great opportunity. Thank you to everyone. We're going to go back to the agenda and follow in order, picking up where we first cut. I believe Meredith's going to have to make sure she drive along with me on this one, but I believe we're ready for the consent agenda. So board members, if you would turn your attention to the consent agenda. As you know, KBE staff has identified these items as those that are generally non-controversial, more routine in nature. As a reminder, this item as a consent agenda will require one vote for the whole consent agenda in one action. You received the consent agenda in advance of the meeting to give you some time to look at those to make sure that you also agree that these are non-controversial routine items. But in that regard, does anyone have any consent item they would wish to pull from the agenda? All right, thank you. As always, if you do see anything like that in your preparation, your homework for the board meeting, don't hesitate to let me or Meredith know. As there are no items to be moved, I would ask the board to entertain a motion at this time to approve all items on the consent agenda as presented. Do I have such a motion? I make a motion. We approve. Thank you. We have a second. Second. Thank you, Mr. Tremble. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you. At this time, we will now dismiss into our committees. The curriculum committee, under the leadership of Ms. Bloodworth, will remain here. Operations committee team, we will move next door in conference room 516. To our viewing audience, the link for the live stream of the operations committee can be accessed via the KBE Watch portal on the KBE website. So Megan, moving into committees at this time. Oh, yes. So committee chairs, just be really sensitive of the time, of course. We had allotted 30 minutes for the committee conversations. If we could shave a little off that, that would help us for the rest of the afternoon. But of course, do the work that needs to be done. We'll plan on returning no later than 1:45 if at all possible. Okay. So, yes. Oh, I thought it was Joanna. The Lord. Oh, exciting boy. So Joanna, this will be your chance to test drive one or the other. So the Curriculum Instruction Assessment Committee is pretty self identifiable. The Operations Committee deals more with often waivers from school districts around issues related to facility, hard lines kinds of things, transportation, that kind of stuff. If you lean toward the teaching and learning, you might want to come see operations just to get a notion of it. But if you really kind of feel like this is where you want to be, then feel free. You are welcome to join either one. Okay. A rowdy crew, yeah. Absolutely. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks so much to the committee chairs and the committee members for your work during that brief break for our committee meeting. Let me get back to the gavel fuss with them. So before we turn to our attention to the committee meetings, I do want to make a notice about public comment. As you know, included on today's board agenda is a dedicated public comment segment. This segment is limited to 10 speakers at a maximum of 3 minutes each. I have heard from General Counsel Allen that we have not received any signatures today to sign up for in-person public comment. But board members, you were able to see in your portal that we did receive a public comment notice by email from Mr. Donnie Wilkerson, who is from Jamestown, Kentucky. And we really appreciate his willingness to engage with us in person from time to time and via email. And we thank Mr. Wilkerson for his comments, and you all have had a chance to see those. They'll also be archived in the public. His comments will also be archived in the public portal as well. Okay, so now then to following up on our committee meetings. Okay, thank you. First, I'll turn it over to Ms. Bloodworth, who chairs the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee, to give us a report of your committee meeting today and anything that needs consideration of the full board.
Yes. Well, we had an update on the first Portrait of a Learner graduate subcommittee meeting. And additionally, we heard an excellent presentation by Nikki Ray and Sarah Peace from the Office of Teaching and Learning about the proposed amendments to 704 KAR 3:305. On behalf of the Curriculum Instruction and Assessment Committee, I move approval of the proposed amendments to 704 KAR 3:305, the minimum requirements for high school graduation.
Excellent, thank you. And coming out of committee, it does not require a second. Any further discussion about this motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion presented by Chair Bloodworth, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Thank you so much. And to Dr. Todd, who will report out on the actions of the Operations Committee for consideration by the full board.
It was a very productive and short meeting. We appreciate Dr. Forster's status for the update on the state assistance in the Breathitt County School District. I must say that we always get compliments from the schools who have to undergo state assistance. What a good job that our staff does, Dr. Forster's leadership, letting them navigate the issues they have to navigate. It seems no action required on that one. But thanks to Robin Kinney and Jay Ritter for their outstanding presentation on the 2 action items that we had before us. One was on behalf of the Operations Committee. I want to move approval of the request from Fayette County for approval for 702 KAR 4:050 permit property purchase for site acquisition and preparation costs exceed 10% of the total project budget. The second one, with Bullitt County, their request for a waiver of the property appraisal requirements of 702 KAR 4:90, section 1(3), section 21-2, permit disposal of surplus equipment. This was a purchase that was going to be done by the Department of Transportation. Appraisal was done by them. We'll speed things up and get the transaction completed. One thing that for approval. Fayette County was going to exceed 10% in that county right now. It's not hard to believe. But I have one more comment I'll make after we seek approval for this.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. So we do have both items in one action. Again, no second required. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion coming out of the Operations Committee, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Excellent. Dr. Todd.
I just want to say that the committee has responsibility to look at these people who have the overruns or the excess space utilization they need or things of that nature. And they're very perceptive and very professional in looking at the demands of the times that we face now. The things going up in price and trying to decide what's best for the next 20 years. And I admire for doing it. The way that they go about their job, I think, deserves our appreciation. And I know that our committee does.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you to all those teams, all of those team members that have been mentioned from the committees. We appreciate your support. At this time, we will turn our attention to action and discussion items, the first of which we have KBE Associate Commissioner Dr. Kelly Foster, who will provide an update on the Menifee County Management Audit and will recommend the board's approval. And with her, Superintendent Tim Spencer.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I think they just turn on. So.
They just turn on. Okay, so I want you all to hear me loud and clear. I need to take your voice on.
You, Dr. Foster, that's never a risk.
I'll take that as a compliment. So good afternoon. I have great pleasure coming to you guys today with the final management audit for Menifee County Schools and the recommendation from the commissioner to exit Menifee County Schools from safe systems. Just imagine all those balloons in the hall.
I appreciate it.
I'll highlight a couple things out of the staff note. As you notice, their journey began in state assistance in 2015 under different leadership, and then we had to move to state management later on in 2015. And then we conducted a management audit in 2018, and they were able to move into state assistance. And now here we are in 2022. Their journey began audit a week in February in 2018. From KBE with about 25 staff members. We conducted over 192 interviews of parents, teachers, staff, board members, community members, and kind of hard to talk about, but this would not be possible without the man next to me. Tim has done a great job as superintendent in that district. His board has done what they needed to do for the community, as well as his teachers and staff and his community members. You know, they just opened a brand new K-8 building last summer. How much? 18 million. 18 million. And I was very proud to go to that opening and proud to show it off during the management audit this year. So he has been a great leader, and commend everyone in Menifee County for their hard work.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. I guess I've had two firsts, a standing ovation from the board, and then I made Dr. Foster almost get teary-eyed.
It's a big day.
I just want to publicly thank Dr. Foster, her team, education recovery staff. Without their assistance and without their work, we wouldn't be here today. Also, the board members of the Menifee County School District, they have been phenomenal throughout this process. Several of our board members have been with us throughout the entire process, and two of them will be, yesterday was a filing deadline, and the community thanks them for those folks that they'll be running unopposed for the next, so they'll be serving the chairman will be serving for another 4 years. So we're very pleased with our board. Also, our staff, students, my administrative team, I would put my district staff and my administrators up against anyone in the state of Kentucky. They have done a phenomenal job with the PDSAs, with their organizational charts. They never complain when I come and say, item number 15 on your job description is other duties as assigned. They're happy to go about doing it, and they never complain. But most important, the teachers, the cooks, bus drivers, all the support staff have been with us from day one. And without their assistance, without community support, without the local leaders who are supporting our school district, we wouldn't be where we are today. It's been a long journey. Those first state manager working with KBE was a tough few years, but the reward today has been a great reward. Benton County being free of state assistance and free of state management, but it's the work of everyone involved getting us to the next step. And like I said, I have a phenomenal team, and they have really done an excellent job of getting us where we are today. The contingency was, we had a line of credit when I started there in 2015, and we're going to end up right at $2 million this year for about a 16% contingency. And I've yet really to have to say no to our staff members if they come. And I say that it needs to have one purpose, and it's to benefit our students. And every decision that we make is student driven and is based upon what's best interest for our kids. So some of our highlights that you have in your board packet. Very proud of our K-8 building. Everything stars aligned with that. We went through a very strategic process of getting a nickel tax passed, and we got that passed, and we built a new $18 million K-8 facility at about 750 kids, and that was a it was a great adventure having to go through, and we put it together a good plan with it, and it became a highlight. This is at the end of June 30th, was my 30th year in education, and I've kind of got rejuvenated a little bit. I always thought that, man, I can't wait till I hit 27 years, and this is year 30, and I think my batteries just continue to keep working. So I guess if the board wants me to stay, my contract ends on June 2023, so I'd like to at least continue that journey for you, because I still think we've got some work left to be done. We've got some academic things, and I think COVID kind of set us back just a little bit, but we'll be working to get our test scores up and get our kids where we're competitive. And once again, I really appreciate you all, the board, Dr. Foster's work, been phenomenal. It's been a great journey, and we've still got some work left to do. Building a new central office. I guess I started July 21st, 2015. 2 days later, maybe, I walked in and we had water running through the K-8 building. And so I thought we got to get these buildings out of flood zone. And at the end of next year, all of our buildings will have a new central office that we'll start construction on. The bonds have been sold. We'll start that. A virtual learning lab for our kids will be part of the virtual learning process that we will start construction on that on actually start Friday. So we've been very fortunate to start aligned. That new elementary or K-8 building will probably cost about I've been told between 30 and 34 million right now. We built the entire thing for $225 a square foot. It's hard cost and soft cost, and the central office projects came in at about $350. So kind of when you start looking at things, put things in perspective. Stars are aligned, and we're looking forward to moving forward with our team and building a tribe for kids and kids.
And I know that Dr. Todd and Dr. Robinson both want to make some comments. I hope we don't have any fighting over this, but we would be happy to entertain a motion to release the Menifee County School District from state assistance. Do I have such a motion? You may have that, Ms. Bold. Do we have a second?
Honor. Second.
It is your honor. Let's hear from your mountain supporters. Thank you so much, Mr. Trimble. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Todd.
I'd like to make a comment and read something in minutes that I like what they've accomplished on their stuff all over the place. You said the stars are aligned, they don't mind that we start. Realize, okay, a bunch of people come in here, and ask others what they've done. That much the grinding experience you probably had, one that wasn't having, but it was being done by good people. And they were talking to people who realized that some change. So that's my congratulations. The Kentucky Board of Education wants to recognize and congratulate you, Superintendent Spencer, the Menifee County Board of Education, faculty and staff of the Menifee School District, as well as the community members of Menifee County on this accomplishment, a team effort. They recognize the change was absolutely needed to better support the students in Menifee County, community-wide dedication to sustain and have systemic change has occurred throughout the school district. It is to be commended. The vision and morale of the district has changed and is evident in projects like the $18 million K-8 building that opened in the summer of 2021. So congratulations to the whole Menifee County team, and we look forward to many years of success in the passing through of many, many students whose lives have changed. Thank you.
I just would simply add, we hope that among the things that happen next, that the Menifee County community, the teachers and leaders and students celebrate. Not that you are no longer under state assistance, but celebrate the fulfillment of your community aspirations. Celebrate the capacity you've built to support the fulfillment of those aspirations in your students, for your students, and for so having a sense of tomorrow that you were willing to put everything, shoulder to the wheel, money on the table, and the support of that community organized in a way that brought you to the goals that you had set, which were indeed worthy and challenging. And take with you the great goodwill and continued partnering with the board as an agent of change, as a fellow agent of change. And I think in addition to celebrating your accomplishment, Commissioner Glass, I do want to comment that we have heard from other districts as well, particularly in the Operations Committee, that the KBE staff are viewed as allies, colleagues, and supporters in addressing the various operational issues that districts are facing. And I have to tell you that really makes me feel proud to be associated with this department as an ally of working with those folks on the ground in the community, the people who know the students, the learners that we're trying to serve. That's a better badge of distinction ever than being the font of all knowledge. I'd rather us be the source of great strength and support to those who have to get the real work done. So I celebrate the Menifee County community, certainly the leadership and superintendent, but also I celebrate the KBE staff and the culture of learning and support that we want to continue to nurture in this agency. Thank you.
I'll offer Dr. Glass the last word on this, but I will tell you that I will never forget the conversation I had early on with Dr. Foster, when she said, hear me and believe me when I say to you, my job when I support districts and assistants and management is to work my way out of a job. So she walks into that meeting and says, pretty soon you're going to be rid of me, let's get to work. And that kind of sincere, authentic offer of assistance is the only way to do this kind of work, in my opinion, and we really, really appreciate you and your team. Dr. Glass.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And certainly that's something that has been part of the culture at the department for many years, or far longer than I've been here. And Kelly Foster and her team are a big part of that and the support that they provide. And it is something that we carry as a value going forward that we intend to just build upon.
All right, more partying. Congratulations, Tim. Okay, the next item on our agenda. Todd is with us, along with the Kentucky School Boards Association, Director of Board Team Development, Laura Cole. You all may remember her from Zoom last year, to provide an overview of the report and exceptions plan related to the annual in-service training for Kentucky School Board members. Welcome.
Carry on. So state law requires local board of education members throughout the state to obtain certain hours of in-service training on an annual basis. That's dependent on the number of years of service that they've had as local board of education members. The state board also has a regulation designating the Kentucky School Boards Association as the provider of that training. And what they also do is track all of that training for all school board members throughout the state. So Laura is here today to provide a report to you on the training that they have offered for the last year, to discuss with you the support members who failed to get their required training and ask that you provide an extension of time to them to take that, and then to also discuss their plan for training.
Well, thank you for having us to come back follow up to this. So yeah, I hope to make this quick and short and sweet for you all. And so I gave you kind of a summary. That's the first 2 pages of the staff note you have. So I'm going to start on page 3, dig into detail. So page 3, or attachment A at the top, generally do it at the top or the bottom. It's just kind of a summary report of training. I always like to note that we're here kind of to talk about the members that didn't meet their hours, but I always like to highlight the members that did, because this report only covers 4% of all the board members in Kentucky. So 86% of our, 96% of our members got their hours and met their requirements, and actually 86% of our members exceeded their requirements. So I always think that's important to highlight, that while we're talking about those that didn't meet their expectations and their requirements, 96% of them did, 86% more than what they needed. So by and large, our board members are not only doing what they're supposed to be doing, but they're exceeding it and doing everything they possibly can to serve their district. So we always want to applaud them for doing so. On the attachment A, the first thing you'll see is our total number of hours completed by our board members in the state, over 11,300. And I wanted to note that it was 10,300 in 2020, so over 1,000 hours more earned in calendar year 2021. So again, they're going above and beyond the requirements. And also, I'd just like to remind, as you all just sit in this room today, this is just another small piece of the many hats you wear. Most of our board members are full-time employees, doctors, construction workers, farmers, moms, dads. So they're doing this in quote-unquote their spare time. I don't know if anybody really has spare time nowadays. So the fact that they're getting all these hours and traveling to all conferences, definitely should be commended. The second page, or attachment B, just shows what we offered in 2021. It shows our different conferences, how many attendees we had, how many hours we were offered to each of those conferences, where they were located, and the dates. As you can see, all of our conferences, our major in-person conferences, were held in person in 2021, which is always nice in 2020. We did have the virtual state, federal law date, and some monthly learn and earn. And then we just listed the courses we offered in 2021, so you can see the variety of education that they're learning and that they're able to attend at these conferences. And at any point, please step in if you have any questions. I know most of this is quick, but I know you all often have a long day. So jumping ahead to attachment C, this is the summary of the requirements not met. I do want to point out there are 2 groups of members on this list. They are members who were appointed to fill a vacancy after March 1st, which under state law, they are automatically eligible for an extension, but we include them just so you can see who they are and what that extension would be. And then it's the ones that actually did not comply with the requirements. Of the 35 that did not meet the requirements, 28 of them were appointed. So not too many that didn't meet the requirements. And then the next page, attachment D, is a list of our appointed members. So all these were members that were appointed after March 1st. You'll see their district and their start date, how many hours they were required, and according to the law, to be automatically eligible for their extension, they have to earn 1 hour of training for every full month they served, and each of these members did that. We have 2 members that were appointed that did not get their 1 hour per month, and I have them on the next list. But of all these members on this list, they did meet the requirements and the provisions of 702 KAR 115. So they did get all the requirements that they needed. And it still shows the hours that are needed that they will have for their extension. The next page is the board members that did not meet their requirements. So this, it does include the 2 board members, Ms. Stacy Brantley and Mr. Donald Barnes, that were appointed but didn't get their 1 hour per month. I note on here how many hours they were required and how many they earned and how many they still need. It is this list that is the extension that Todd mentioned that we asked for an extension. We asked for that extension to be through the end of July. And while that seems like an odd date, that is because we have a summer conference, July 15th and 16th, and that gives them the opportunity to come to that conference to get their requirements. So that is the list of the members that did not meet their requirements. The following attachment, attachment E, it's just informational because this was included in your report last year. So it's our plans for trainings for 2022. We've already, of course, had the annual conference. The law update was held last week, actually, and we've had 3 webinars. Today, 1 today, so 3 webinars so far. So we are moving through our schedule as we had planned to. So no concerns there. And then the last attachment we have for you all, attachment F, is the plan for 2023 training offerings. Pretty much just a blueprint from this past year, or the 2022 offering. The whole, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and they seem to work for everyone. We offer a good mix of in-person and virtual offerings. So it seems to be a good mix. We have, for those webinar trainings, we are adding quite a few offerings. And it says 8 hours. I can tell you that always gets increased. We just added one last month, kind of the last second, with KDE, partnership with KDE about House Bill 678. So we always have good opportunities to partner with KBE or other organizations to offer trainings as they come available or pertinent information pops up. So that was quick. I'm sure many questions are coming to mind, but I didn't want to go on it too long.
Actually, I think your report answers a lot of questions. So I do just want to double check my own memory here, but when you came last summer, we approved through July, and then we didn't hear again. So I think the obvious response to that is that they all did what they needed to do by the end of the July and we moved on.
That's right, they did. If I recall correctly, part of what we would ask the board to do is grant that extension. For the members who don't get that extension, the Office of Legal Services is required at that point to report them to the Attorney General's office, and the Attorney General may take action for you.
And in the future, that's something you would report to us in probably litigation, hearing officers report, something like that.
Report back on that. Historically, those, all of the members,
just need more
time to file their thing. If we report it then.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it's very. Soliana.
I was just wondering, and this may be a bit separate, but is there like a potential for like specialized or like individualized trainings for different stakeholders? Like
for our board members? Yeah. So we offer, hope I'm answering your question correctly. We offer also what's called in-district training. And so what that does is the board just needs some specific training. Let's say someone's not having a question per se. They will bring in a trainer. We'll send in a trainer to just sit down with that board and kind of do a personalized training on some of the issues they're facing. So that way it's not just a big general training, but it's actually a in the district sit down training about any issues they may be facing. Did that answer the question?
Yeah. I was kind of thinking like, you know,
a student versus an educator, they were to serve on their board of education, would they need or would it be beneficial for them to have, different sorts of training? Sure. But yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you both so much. I would ask the board to entertain a motion to approve the 2021 report, 2021 exceptions, and the 2023 plan as required by 72 KAR 1:116 regarding annual in-service training of district board members. Is there such a motion? All right, thank you. I think I got Miss Adams and somebody over here, Miss Bloodworth. Thank you. A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Regarding review items, we have KBE Associate Commissioner David Couch, Chief Digital Officer Marty Park, and KBE Associate Commissioner Robin Kinney, along with Deputy Commissioner Thomas Woodstucker and Chief Academic Officer Mickey Ray, to facilitate a discussion on virtual and remote learning. Please know that these are preliminary discussion and review items at this stage.
This is a team effort to discuss this topic. You've had a lot of material, and you take a look at that. We're not going to go over that in detail, but we'll be hitting a couple of the items. As was mentioned earlier, this is an informational kind of a discussion, which is the purpose of it. Next month, we'll be bringing the reg to you to actually take action on, but we want to get your feedback. We go down that path. Just a reminder, you've approved a waiver twice, and actually the waiver for next year, school year, has already been put in place. So what you're doing with this is actually, when we come back in the August timeframe, is actually for the school year following the next 23-24 school year. It takes about 9 months for everything to go through the entire legislative process. So that's why we're starting in the August timeframe. So it's available for the school year after next. You'll see the number of students impacted by this is really small. It's a 2 or 3% item. But if you take a look at the documentation about that topic, it's a 2 or 3% that they really thrive in that environment, the virtual environment, and most likely the student and the parents would like that option going forward. So we're going to kind of talk to you about that and get feedback from you as we go forward. So, all right.
Yeah. Thank you. We go to the next slide. As David said, we'll hit some big topic and big areas of this conversation, but your materials, we were hopeful that would provide some additional information for a conversation, for questions coming forward. We did put together 3 guiding questions that we think are very helpful. So as we look at those guiding questions, I want to mention and share that we are in full alignment with the questions and concerns that Vice Chair Robinson shared at the last KBE meeting. The most important thing for us is high quality learning experiences. And so we'll say those words over and over again, high quality learning. That's what this conversation is absolutely all about. We want to make sure, and a guiding question for us is, when we think about online, virtual, and remote learning as a full experience and how those connect with the KBE and KBE mission goals, that is absolutely the first question for us. What role this conversation plays in supporting districts? Again, to create those high quality experiences. As David said, we know that this impacts a small percentage of kids, but this is a very important percentage of students who need a differentiated or personalized learning experience that could be achieved through the opportunities of a full-time enrollment online virtual experience. We want to definitely make sure to expand opportunities, value the differences, and eliminate the barriers. And then finally, a guiding question that we think is good for our KBE for you is to more clearly define and pursue those high quality learning experiences and how we can support districts down that path. I'll say that it is really important for us. Dr. Todd mentioned the other day these strategic decisions for us as leaders that either open doors wide open or slammed doors. And for us, this very specific conversation, we want to find the right door for the right learner at just the right time. And that's a part of this. And Chair Young, you mentioned earlier Zoom, the children's book. As a former first grade teacher, I use that book quite a bit. Love it. And if you haven't checked it out, please do so. Quick plug. But this topic for us is taking broad, very important learning design and zooming in on a very important aspect for our kids. And so that's what we hope this topic is. Can we go to the next slide?
So for that reason, we're going to start again with how this fits into your goals and your vision for education in Kentucky moving forward. And if you see the slide there, we really believe that this is a part of the discourse around reimagining learning in our state and finding ways to co-create that vision, not only with you, but also with local schools and districts around what best meets the needs of students that they are charged with caring for and serving as educators in their local communities. Clearly, this is all about creating a vibrant student experience, but that's part of the conversation. What does that look like? Where should that begin? And what supports can we provide to schools and districts to ensure that students are set up to be successful, both in person and in virtual learning experiences?
We wanted to provide just the idea of unpacking the current landscape of online virtual remote learning. We wanted to provide just a quick snapshot from a timeline perspective. It's important to note that Kentucky was absolutely a pioneer in this space in the early 2000s when we launched the Kentucky Virtual High School. That was important for us at that time. And it provided a learning experience for kids that needed to pick up supplemental courses here and there. It's important to note there were very few students in the Kentucky Virtual High School that were full-time enrolled. So this was an opportunity to supplement students as they move forward. Throughout that time frame from 2000 to 2012, across the state, we experienced awesome growth in digital readiness. Our schools and districts had expanded access to additional digital resources, additional digital access and opportunity, both on campus and beyond, at home and beyond campus. And so around 2012, the Kentucky Virtual High School closed down for all the right reasons. From a leadership decision-making point, it was the right reason. We shifted from being a content provider to then supporting school districts in efforts to provide the right experience for students at that time. For local school districts. There definitely was an opportunity at that time to look at a funding mechanism for schools and districts. So with the Kentucky Virtual High School, schools and districts had to pay for courses. There was a parent tuition model, and that was a small percentage of kids, but by and large, schools and districts had to pay for courses through that virtual high school model. And so we fast forward through from 2013 to today, where schools and districts have offered opportunities for students to take full online and virtual courses. Again, mostly supplemental. Very few students across the state were full-time enrolled. However, we did have 4 school districts who offered opportunities that were full-time enrolled opportunities. Barron County School District, who launched the Babel, which is the Barron Academy for Virtual and Expanded Learning. A great experience that is still operational today, very successful. We wanted to point out that in 2021, with the experience through the pandemic, and our school district superintendents asked for additional opportunities and additional design points. We refer to it as the freedom to design. And so we launched the pupil attendance waiver opportunity, which was a funding mechanism, but also we viewed it as an opportunity to think about high quality. We wanted to make sure that programmatically we designed around high quality elements. We'll reference that next, but at the end of the timeline here, we think about what is the next opportunity, what is the opportunity to transition from a temporary state, which we are in today, to a permanent, more formal state.
I guess another thing mentioned about Babel, it allowed other districts around them to attend, so it just wasn't for Barron County schools. And that's some of the model that we started taking a look at is instead of us providing it, more of a shared model that districts already having in place and wanted to pursue.
So provided for you as additional content and information, a differentiation between part-time and full-time enrollment is important to think about. Our school districts for the greater part of 2 decades have had the opportunity for supplemental courses for students to pick up courses when they were not offered locally. But the conversation about full-time enrollment is where we believe we need to focus our energy and effort. The pupil attendance waiver is important for us because it provides us an opportunity to see and think about and learn alongside our school districts. How is that going? And we have some ideas to share there. But for the greater part of 2 decades, we've had a virtual performance-based model that has been an opportunity. The important note there is that that's really been designed for 5 through 12 graders, 5th through 12th graders. So K through 4 students did not have the opportunity to participate in a virtual performance-based design. And in the funding mechanism, we heard loud and clear from our superintendents that the funding mechanics around virtual performance-based were pass-fail, all or nothing opportunity. And so our superintendents were clear that if we can design around something different than that, something more in line with in-person learning, then that would be a good design element for them until we achieve that through the waiver. I wanted to point out that we do have school districts who have designed around a academy model, which is extremely interesting, a school within a school model, designed around district-wide program, as opposed to that academy model. And so that becomes important to think about how our districts are designed for this experience.
This next visual illustrates how this work, this consideration around virtual and online learning experiences touches all of the offices within the agency, not just those represented here at the table today. But you'll notice that learning is at the heart of that visual. And we, as members of the Executive Board of Education, of course, have that at the center of the discourse, and that became the fundamental foundation of the waiver discussion that we've had originally. And so based on conversations today, based on the discourse around this issue now, we will also be charged to come back together to collaborate on what that amendment may look like moving forward if the board so moves.
And we absolutely will continue this collaborative effort. I will call out that if you look too closely, that visual does look like Chester Cheeto. They did want to give a quick kind of, so we did want to give a quick side-by-side kind of look at some of the hot topics with full-time enrollment for online and virtual and remote learning with some of our neighbors. And as you'll see, a couple call-outs. None of our neighbors require students to take an online, virtual, or remote course for graduation requirement. There are states who do. Florida and Arkansas are a couple of those examples. That's not where we've been. We also, right now, and I have an asterisk, we have an asterisk by the check mark for a K through 12 offering. Through the temporary measures of the pupil attendance waiver, we have an opportunity for K through 12 students. Prior to that, pre-pandemic conversations, we only had the opportunity for 5 to 12 students to fully participate in online virtual. So there potentially could be questions that would be interesting and to push this discourse even further. Did want to give a quick, there's a lot of text here, a lot of data to reference, but I just wanted to call out a few things. Number one, of the 144 school districts who applied and were approved for the pupil attendance waiver for last year, 20 of which quickly gave feedback that they were not going to use that waiver, and that was important. They just didn't feel like they could design either a high quality experience, and so they went about other opportunities, or there wasn't an interest that they thought was there from parents or caregivers. So that's important. We want to call out specifically a couple items here. Number one, districts responded back very quickly that this was a tool and it was an opportunity for our school districts to attract, retain, or re-enroll students who had left. Our school districts, and we agree, we are going to walk alongside, believe that they can offer a great experience and want to keep students enrolled. And this was an opportunity for school districts. So 96% responded back that it was an opportunity to attract and re-enroll the homeschool students. So that was a good tool for them. Additionally, and I want to point this one out, that districts reported that transitioning students, individual students, from their full-time enrolled online virtual experience back to in-person when they didn't see progress happening at the rate that they expected. This is a really big deal for us. This fully aligns with our superintendent assured Kentucky Digital Learning Guidelines. Understanding progress that students are making is a huge deal. This directly gets at the idea that someone is putting a student in front of a screen and walking away and praying and hoping that something good happens. That is not a high quality experience. What is a high quality experience is finding students who are not making progress and getting them back to an in-person experience. And so 85% of our school districts reported back mid-year that they had transition students who it wasn't working for them. And that's awesome. We love that. We celebrate that. We wanted to call out specifically that the interest in K through 4 students in providing the right experience for the right student at the right time is very important to understand and to get right. 1.6% of K through 4 students across the state participated in a full-time enrollment opportunity. That's 1.6%. That's important for us to keep in mind. It's important that we think through for the second year of the waiver application, the number of districts who are designing K through 4 students as well. Right now, 28 school districts are leveraging the waiver for K through 4 students. We do see fewer waivers right now than last year at this time, so that's important to understand as well. Keeping in line with the conversations earlier today, which were awesome, understanding student voice is extremely important. So we very clearly heard students a year and a half ago that said, hey, this isn't working for me. And that was great for our districts to respond to. We also have students who are very clear that this is an experience that is working for me. These are students that have spoken up very clearly that they are having a stronger learning experience through an online virtual opportunity. Parent voice has been clear. So this is an example where we've captured, and we won't read all of these quotes, obviously, but this is an example where a high quality experience designed by a school district absolutely captures student and parent voice. This is several examples here. So we said the words high quality as well, and that's important too. In the waiver application, we believe that sets the stage and the foundation for our next steps, our version next of policy. And so we wanted to just call out a few of the assurances that are in that application to really dive in on what those program standards, if you will, or elements of high quality can look like. And so to call specifically out, and some of these get directly to some myths that we want to make sure to hit on. But truancy laws are absolutely in place here. And so our districts who designed around high quality absolutely get how they're tracking and how they're understanding these elements around truancy. It's also important to understand that this is not a disciplinary action that puts a student involuntarily in an online or virtual enrollment. This is absolutely about students who parents or caregivers are voluntarily working for that. Districts are ensuring that the appropriate resources are available off campus in order to fully participate and to have good experience.
And if you see number 8 there, that assurance was about aligning the instruction to the Kentucky academic standards and ensuring that student and the teacher who is engaging with that student virtually is providing a high quality instructional resource and learning experiences that are aligned to the grade level expectations that you would see within the standard. It also is meant to be aligned to the Kentucky digital learning guidelines. Again, superintendents sign those as assurances as well. And then that last sentence is especially important because it asks for, again, that progress monitoring. And so we have the responsibility to meet the diverse needs of students. That does impact Tier 1, but also Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for those students who may be engaging in a virtual environment as well.
And then just to call out, finally, just a couple of more assurances. Again, monitoring progress, absolutely. We understand and we know, and it's a great design point, that temporary remote learning, so remote learning that can occur in inclement weather situations where we know that our students are getting back in person very quickly. There are similar tools, there are similar strategies used. Learning management systems, being connected while online and working through connecting with your teachers synchronously and asynchronously is extremely important, but understanding that we fully want to provide with individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, absolutely one of the assurances and one of the elements of high quality that are there, and then professional learning.
Absolutely. So ensuring that those teachers who are engaging in this virtual space have the professional learning to know how to utilize the instructional resource, know how to engage students in a virtual environment so that there's still that connection with the educator with whom they are building a relationship and learning with.
So I wanted you to have in front of you the digital learning guidelines. Those are extremely important, but I want to hop to the very last point to get us next. Just to kind of wrap this up, because I think the point is the design moving forward. We absolutely have funded efforts working with partners like the Kentucky Education Television Education Team to design around building a network of high quality for our schools and districts who are engaged in this work. And if we can go to the last, I know we want to get to conversation here. We have an opportunity, and I love how it was stated earlier today that this wrestling point between opportunities and obligations. That this is one of those areas, design points for us, where we want to give our districts and provide the freedom to design with elements of high quality, understanding the obligations to personalize for the right student at the right time. And we had the opportunity to take action, to modify the current mechanics that exist, and those are funding mechanics. But also take action to create high quality measures, and that's important to us. And if we don't take action, our districts still have some opportunity for the 23-24 school year. 5 through 12 students still can participate in design with a wrapped around performance-based model. However, there would not be a KBE option for students. And then the funding structure would still be half-fail all or nothing. Our superintendents are very clear that having both elements of design is important from a funding mechanic perspective. So there's a lot of material here. We wanted to unpack it as best we could, but in the interest of time, really the conversation and the questions around this work will help drive our next step.
Very helpful. I went through and highlighted a bunch of pieces that I've been listening for and was able to see in the staff notes and the slide deck. So extremely helpful. Thank you. Board members, let's take the time we need to open up for questions for any of our panelists today as you see fit.
Oh, thank you. I have, in the course of my career, had lots of interactions with online learning. And I'll share just 3 quick examples, 1 negative and 2 positive. When I was the state chief in Iowa, I visited a school that a district had created. It was an all online school. And students came and sat in the building. So they were allowing me to go around and visit with the students. And I went up to one young woman and they said, Monica, this is Jason Glass, he's the state director of education. And then they sort of drifted off and I leaned over Monica's shoulder and said, do you like this kind of learning? She said, she looked around, made sure no one was in her shot. She said, no, get me out of here. So I think in that context, you had a person who was not thriving in it. It wasn't the right fit for her. She was desperate to do something else. I think about another student when I was superintendent at Jeffco Public School who had a compromised immune system, couldn't go to school. And it was absolutely the right fit for that student, allowed them to continue and progressing until that student was able to recover and rejoin our classrooms. And then I think about when I was the superintendent in Eagle County, Colorado, we started a school called the Ski and Snowboard Academy, which is a public school. It's not a charter school, it's really a public district. And it caters to students who want to be Olympic caliber ski and snowboard athletes. They train 6 to 10 hours every day. And in the summertime, they go to South America and train 6 to 10 hours a day, every day. And so their time for schoolwork is extremely limited. And so if it weren't for the availability of online courses and support, they would take them 6 years to graduate and try and get all the credits that they need. So that option just won't be available. So I think I tell you those 3 stories to really say it depends. And it depends highly on the student and the student's context if this is the right fit for them. But it can be an important option, and then sort of it can be a negative option.
And I appreciate those examples so much that it unlocked a lot of thinking for me too. But the notion that high quality learning experience is stamped on any model, I think mitigates those issues. I know that there were times when I was superintendent in Jessamine, we early on in the old days, we're trying to figure out how to get a computer and internet access in the home of a student who, for very unfortunate reasons, had to be expelled from school for a period of time. But that wasn't the student's choice to be in that setting. So very different from what I think you described here. I also think about how we can leverage this for support for students in home hospital settings in short-term ways for lots of reasons. And it may not look like a traditional virtual learning academy, but really leveraging the opportunities that we have at our disposal to better meet the needs of kids in alternative times of day, times of year. And I think that's exciting. But I think you've heard us talk about how quality matters most in this conversation. And then to hear Mickey talk about the fact that there is specialized professional learning for teachers to help them hone their craft in a virtual environment, and ensuring that's part of the equation through the assurances goes a long way for me. Dr. Robbins.
Yeah, I think the experience over the past couple of years has just kind of helped me to frame a different kind of question. It seems that digital support for learning has been kind of snowballing on us because of the many, many ways in which that can happen, and the many ways that we can see. I mean, we all know some of those ways kind of shock us with horror and concern and raise serious concern. But the question that I keep asking myself, if we were doing it now, if we were building it now, what would it look like? I mean, does this look like a plan that exploits this resource to support learning for all learners who might benefit? Period. I mean, if we don't start with a purely principled model, rather than one that is perhaps a reluctant nod to a voice of demand that may not be as informed a voice of demand as we would hope, we could get distracted. So I looked at this material and I'm getting there. I'm getting there because I think we're getting there. But I want us to be explicit about how do we use virtual digital resources in support of very early learning? Or how do we use it in support? Because I think these are among the most vulnerable learners if we don't get it right. And I then want to know how we use this resource within a community culture dynamic that depends on our being able to work with each other. I mean, I know we've got some really good stuff in here as it relates to learning. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm trying to help express, help us become clearly articulate about a vision. What is it we're working for? What's our goal here? And I get that we have to bow and acknowledge the voice of demand. I'm not trying to be dismissive of that, but as we do that work, can we do it within an ecosystem that really enriches our vision and that work based on what we know about learning and how do we exploit this resource? We've learned too much. We've come too far. We should not push it back on the shelf and say, wait for the next pandemic. No. How do we use what we've learned to advance and enrich and have strengthened the learning process for all of our students most in a way that makes us as proud as we could ever be as educators?
So I really appreciate that. You guys know how much we talk about the whole child, the learner, and that's United We Learn is premised on developing kids who are well and happy and whole and good citizens and collaborators, et cetera. So I wonder if it would be interesting if at retreat or at the next meeting, Vicki, if you could work with Damien and the team to help us better understand. I don't know that it becomes assurances, but help us better understand the ideal environment where the whole child thrives in a remote environment. We know how important social emotional learning is. We've invested a lot of conversation as a board into the development of socially, emotionally well children. And I believe that can happen in a virtual environment, but I sure would rely on you guys to paint the picture of that for me. I worked with an alternative school in Fayette County that throughout the pandemic, did a daily wellness check online with their students and their teachers. So they were tuning into that, but that became part of their daily routine to ensure that there were wellness check-ins. If they didn't hear back from the learner, somebody was on the phone. If they didn't get the learner on the phone, somebody was doing a home visit. So what would some assurance around the needs of the whole child, social emotional learning, however you want to articulate that, describe that, what might that look like in the ideal digital environment?
I think also just making sure that whatever model we have aren't adding another layer of work for teachers, that this is not an add-on to what they're already doing.
So you're a regular classroom teacher and you have remote kids in the corner of the room. Yeah. Which happened. Right. During the pandemic, yes. But in our ideal world, right.
Right,
yeah.
right.
In a full-time enrolled design, that would be something that would be expected. And now, just a quick reaction. Once again, fully aligned with the thinking because that would help us.
Sherry, may I address another point related to it?
Please.
So within the current performance-based policy, which does impact 5 through 12, I actually feel like there is less support for schools and districts, so they can already operate under this sort of mechanism in place, in line with 3, 3, and 5, without any of these existing assurances that you have in your waiver. And so, that is something for consideration. At the very least, where would we want some of these things to live? Should that be a separate regulation or embedded, more directly connected to the performance-based learning policies that are already there.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Definitely. This is about knowing what is possible in a post-pandemic world.
Just to build on what Vicky's saying, when we put together the waiver, the steps that you've seen here, it really was under what conditions would we be okay with this? And think about what are the quality steps, assurances that we would want to have in place. So districts have to agree to all of them before they move forward. When you go to the performance-based, it's more of the Wild West.
Yeah. Yes, and I do believe we were one of the original districts to offer performance-based credit. Back before that happened, when we had the how do we count the minutes conversation with your amazing attendance person who has since retired. I was in the sausage making when that was all happening, and I don't think that came out like we wanted it to come out. It had some serious unintended consequences there, but we were vigorously grappling with the issues of what do we do with outbutts in seats. And so I think we're in that place now where the cleanup, Vicki, should happen across the policy environment to ensure that what we end up with in this ideal state, this preferred future that Marty described, applies to students in whatever setting, whether it's a waiver, a full-time, fully enrolled virtual setting, whatever that looks like. Let's capitalize on the highest of expectations.
And I had some experience with distant learning. When Governor Pattinson's office, I got to call me for saying the governor wants a virtual university. He doesn't know what that is. If you don't send your application to CPE, he may not get it. So I did. We did a virtual university, virtual library. Virtual university was a bit successful with the community college system. So you had placement out of school. A lot of university presidents are concerned with their students who stand in the dorm room and log in and not come to class and so forth. The thing I did visit Phoenix, University of Phoenix, who was, they finally got themselves straightened out, but what's different there is the people who are their students go in their office, log in and take a class, log out and go out and interact with the people they work with every day. They have that social interaction that they do something set out by themselves. And there's a lot of, so when you get to the younger age group, the majority of the people who did take advantage of distant learning, the ones who really need it because we placed them or they wanted to take the course they couldn't get otherwise. But it is a tool that's available if you learn the good and bad side of it. Some people who can attend the way it's got to be watched carefully. I think what happened this time was it's unfortunate. Something had to be done. The pandemic caused a lot to do nothing. With the maturity of the student and the need base, they have to give them motivation to get online and do it. Including most of them.
Just so I'm clear, so each district is in charge of developing their own school as long as the content aligns with the required criteria, right?
They can. If they so choose.
Or they could adopt something already approved.
We do have models. As we mentioned, we have districts who have what we refer to as expanded enrollment, where a district offers enrollment to others through partnership. And then there's some budding example multi-districts.
The collaboration.
At the regional level.
But at the same time, there are certain districts that says they have to agree to that.
Right.
So there's X number that says they don't want to agree to that. So we run into that as well, just to be totally transparent.
Or Jamie, a district could not offer a virtual learning academy at all. Right.
I think the categories might be that you could offer a virtual program through the waiver process that we've established. You have a bunch of assurances you have to do to get to that. You can go through the performance-based model, or at least with grades 5 and up on that, or you could offer that. And we heard from a lot of superintendents, they were concerned. They said, we have students who really didn't like the online experience in the course of the pandemic. We don't want to offer anything once we come back, but they are saying they're going to go somewhere else. I said, that's a problem for you.
Right.
And Marty, you touched on this just really briefly about some states actually require an online experience for high school students in order to graduate. And I would be disingenuous if I didn't say I completely understand that. Those of us in higher ed, I've been teaching completely online for 8 years. And a young person in today's colleges and universities must know how to navigate in a virtual environment in order to be successful. And I would, recommend that they not meet that for the first time as a college freshman. So all of those things come to bear. The market has challenges. The matriculation into higher ed has its own demands. So the landscape, Sharon always reminds us, pull the levers for good. Make sure that what we design will carry us long into good things for kids. But those demands are what we're really wrestling with now. But to the team, thank you. You've heard us. You've responded to us. You know that we have quality questions in supportive districts. The last thing we want is to have virtual learning as a place where we throw kids away. That's not acceptable. So,
Chair Young, if
yes,
I may.
please.
We haven't talked a lot about the operations and funding aspect of this.
And show me the money, Robin.
Yeah. So, I'm always the one that says, this is going to cost money. So, would be interested in your feedback on the assurances that are already in the virtual waiver right now around attendance and how we take attendance. When we have kids in person in a school building, it's easy to take that attendance, but the assurance itself right now in the waiver requires, that course level attendance, just like if you were in person for your middle and high school. And then we require that 2 times in the day, 3 hours apart, to take the attendance of the elementary kids, because it's not like they have them in school and, they're not moving around as much. So thinking about whether that is the right way to take attendance. Right now we fund Seek on full day, half day, and we rely upon check-ins and check-outs at our schools. And this is a little bit different. So if we're talking about they do the attendance 2 times a day, then we count that as a full day. So the funding might look a little different now, where we would save a little money if we've got a half day happening, and now we're counting full day. That doesn't concern me too much because it is a small number of students that we're talking about. But as we're thinking forward to more participation in this full-time remote environment, that could affect budget going forward. Again, doesn't cause me pause right now because of the small numbers. But if we're thinking about what this looks like really on full implementation and growing this for the numbers that really need it, I would encourage us to think about that a little bit. So, and whether it's just, the acceptance of more full-time virtual learning and how other external forces may look at that from a legislative perspective, or what they're thinking about whether that's the right way for instruction. I think the department with the board's help in granting this waiver did a really good job at a necessity. Trying to make sure that our school districts could continue to receive adequate funding in a really upside down world of COVID. Now we have the time that it's not as much necessity, it's more desire. And so how do we structure our program so that we are, as Madam Porter said, Robinson said, how do we really look at it from, if we were starting all over, is this the right way that it should look for all of our kids? So that's sort of the operational part. It does cause our DPPs a little additional work. Someone said about teacher impact, it will cause our DPPs, because it's not as if those kids are coming through the door each day. They're searching for them in remote locations as far as looking at truancy and making sure that they're getting what they need to receive. So just from an operational perspective, a little of the logistics of rolling it out and rolling it up.
Well, I, for one, would love to see some pilot testing of some models that might work. And again, districts have been through that. We know we lost children in the pandemic. So if we lose them, tracking attendance is the least of our worries. But I can imagine lots of different ways to do that. By the way, I really appreciate a Stranger Things reference to the upside down there. But one of the big flaws that ended up being a big flaw in the performance crediting is that we took the notions of competency ed, that the learning is constant, but time is the variable, and we applied it at the very end of the experience. So we found an end time and we applied it there, and then we lost any consideration of what might have happened from point A to point Z. And so that's something that we would want to fix now that we know better in our ideal situation. So what would checkpoints look like along the way? I'm old school enough, if my team is listening, they're going to make all manner of fun of me. I'm old school enough to say it's fine to check in on them a couple of times a day. Where are they? We need to know that kind of stuff. So I'm okay with that. But that's pretty old school. That's kind of a low-tech, unplugged approach. I'm sure there's a lot of variations in between that time, but I still err on the side of learning is the constant and time is the variable. So how do we, in 2022, embrace that notion in a responsible, fiscally responsible way?
Well, I mean, if you're thinking about a virtual environment, they will be engaged. They may not all be engaged in the same thing
at the same time.
It could be asynchronous, but there is a need to check in. I mean, it's so funny. The note that I made, requirement to address participation, lack of participation is a serious problem, truancy even. So we can't use this as a way to mask that they aren't even there. And then it's like this is something that we are going to learn more about as we do it. I do not think that we should be in search of something that we feel confident is the absolute bulletproof, comprehensive model, because there are aspects of it we're going to say, oh my gosh, we need to know this. We don't know this. We don't have a way to know this. Is this, how serious a problem is that? Can it be fixed? So this is another learning journey to exploit the benefit of the technology in this enterprise that we're trying to build. We can't let kids get lost. And period.
Thank you. Thank you, team, very much. Lots of learning there. All right. Meredith, I did make a note earlier that we're going to have to bring boxes of Kleenexes to the meeting. The next item on our agenda is an opportunity for Allison and Soliana to share presentations that they've thought about, to reflect on their time with us. And we are going to be very strong and very stoic. So Allison, would you like to start? Please.
From here, okay, or would you want me to move?
Jason's going to go with the 10 virtually.
This is a good part. Is it okay to share from here? Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Wherever you're comfortable. If you want the table and look at everybody, that's fine.
This is fine. I have tissues because I texted Patrice this morning and said, if your hotel room has tissues, please bring them because I forgot them.
And they're going to have to replace the tissue box.
Yeah, I think she tore the box apart trying to get it. I didn't want to have to text Meredith in the middle of the meeting again and say, please, I need tissues. So anyway, all right. In trying to think of how I wanted to address all of you and my time here, it was not an easy process, and Soliana and I spoke about that it was not an easy process to do and how we wanted to go about it. So just to start, a few years ago, several years ago actually, I was a Hope Street Group Kentucky State Teacher Fellow, and I actually presented to the State Board of Education. I don't even remember what on. have no idea. Brad Clark's going to kill me for saying that out loud.
I'm sure.
No, actually, I think it was something a survey we'd done in the results. But anyway, I remember thinking in that moment, what a great moment that was. And having that opportunity to present to the State Board of Education. And as a teacher, until I got really involved in teacher leadership, I honestly really didn't even know about the State Board of Education and what all the State Board did and what all legislature did for us in the classroom, because I was that teacher in the classroom with my door closed and teaching. And that was one of the reasons why I've started doing a lot that I do, because once that world opened up to me, I wanted to make sure other teachers' worlds opened up to them. They knew about the opportunities and the things that were out there for them that didn't always get down to them. So with that said, of all the accomplishments and awards and recognitions that I've received, and even opportunities, being appointed to the State Board of Education has been the highlight of my career. Sitting at this table with you all has been the highlight of the entire experience. You're quite literally superheroes, not only to me, but all the children in the Kentucky public school system. You are some of the most dedicated, transparent, and solutions-oriented people I know, and I'm so grateful for your work, and it is not finished. First, I'd like to address Joanne. I had to do something a little funny first, because if I didn't, I was going to lose my mind. So with this position comes great responsibility, and I thought I'd share with you my top 10 points of advice for surviving.
You might want to take note.
So the portal. Yes, it's just exactly what it sounds like. It's deep, dark, sometimes misunderstood. It does not transport you to many other places other than sometimes to sleep. And I'll explain. Not because it's not important or it's not vital information, but more because you're a busy teacher. And oftentimes you will be the night before in a hotel room trying to read and understand what's in the portal. Being prepared for frequent communications with other board members as you attempt to understand what is in the portal. Patrice will be great at advising you, and I wish Dr. Poe was still with us, but Dr. Poe will be your savior when it comes to policy, procedures, and legalities. What he doesn't know, never mind, he does know. He knows everything. Do not question him, just go with it. You will need cell phone numbers of all the board members, the lady board members, for coordinating clothing. You will need to know, and it's imperative, is it casual, is it semi-casual, is it business attire, is it come as you are event? Just call Holly. She is always dressed and impeccable, and she will also tell you where she got it from and what discount she got. It's been great. I went out and searched and bought things because of her advice. And be sure to always compliment Dr. Thompson if he's ever shows up again to a meeting, because he does not like if he's left out of the compliments when it comes to how he looks. I've experienced that. Have a suitcase packed, and please do. Have a suitcase packed and on hand. And don't forget to join all the various hotel, membership benefits programs. You might actually end up winning a free weekend or earning points to have a free weekend, but you have to promise not to take your work with you. You can't grade papers when you do. Go ahead and pick up several professional leave forms in your office, because you will need them. Just have them filled out, leave the date blank, just go ahead and do it. I have so many yellow slips of papers all over my desk. It's not funny, but it is. Thank yous and small tokens of appreciation make principals very happy. Just keep that in mind. Always choose the chicken salad for lunch. When you get the email from Meredith, the chicken salad is always amazing. Wherever they order it from, just always do that. Bake them cake, they will love you. If you don't bake, just call me. It'll give you an excuse to come back. I'll bake a cake for them. Say yes to every opportunity. Your time here is going to be short, and you don't want to miss out on any. Make the most of it. Go ahead and pick out 6 passwords for your computer in the program. You will need a new one at every meeting. And then be prepared that it will not match the requirements that it has to match. And I love our tech team if they know that's the truth. So the next part of my goodbye speech, Joanna, take note, because I'm asking and tasking you to keep this at the forefront of the other members' minds. And I'm trying to keep this, and I've tried to keep it to the 10-minute mark, you all, but every time I went back to cut things, I just thought of more things to add to it. So I'm doing my best. I think each of you know me well enough to know that I wouldn't be true to myself if I didn't spend my goodbye doing more than saying goodbye. So today, deep breath. Today, I'm challenged you as individuals and members of this board to the following. And I should preface this by saying that I've been working on this speech since our last board meeting. And yesterday I watched Dr. Glass as the legislator, and I'm pretty sure he stole my speech. So I wanted to get that up front. I did not write this after he protested me. I even texted him that. So just some things to keep in mind as you move forward as leaders and decision makers. One, when hosting events, and schedule as many of them as possible in times when teachers and school employees are actually able to attend the event. Teachers should be present when issues of teaching are on the table. Host events at various places across the state from east to west. Not only does this make those educators feel valued, it allows you, the decision makers, to experience the rich history, unique culture, and diverse people of our extensive colony. 2, ensure teacher voice is heard and teachers are valued, invested in, and utilized when decisions are made that impact our classroom. At KBE, in our legislature around this table, and please encourage our local boards to add both teacher and student voice to their membership. 3, improve the legitimacy, usefulness, and value of professional development. No longer shall teachers be mandated to attend professional development that does not directly apply to or impact their own growth or the growth of their students. 4, address student behavior. No longer shall we allow behavior to disrupt the learning process. No longer should we allow teachers and others to be verbally and physically abused in our schools. And I say this to also add, and most importantly, no longer shall we allow our students to suffer from life events, abuse, mental health issues, and other life-altering traumatic issues without providing services, counseling, and safe places in our schools. 5, recognize and own that and other duties as assigned has become more than any teacher can endure and sustain. Acknowledge that this language in our contracts has been abused and misused to take advantage of the dedication, time, and big hearts of our teachers across the Commonwealth. We need district leaders to understand and accept that we are also spouses, parents, grandparents, caretakers, homeowners, and so much more. It is time this contractual language is changed and teaching is professionalized. 6, model for district and school level administration that questions, challenges, and communications from teachers and school employees should be both encouraged and celebrated. Embrace solution-oriented mindsets to implement positive change in our schools. Our teachers should be able to share their ideas, speak their minds, and ask tough questions without fear of retribution or reprimand. We should want innovative thinkers, inquisitive minds, and teachers willing to take risks. When we silence our teachers, we stifle creativity, risk-taking, and passion. We also silence our students in the process. 7, increase diversity in the teaching profession, as well as the acceptance of that diversity. No longer shall teachers of color, various races and ethnicities, sexual orientation, and gender identity be discouraged to work in our public schools by anyone in or outside the school system. No one teaching in our schools should be fearful of being themselves. No one working in our schools should be reprimanded for what they love or who they love, the color of their skin, or their identity. If we are preaching diversity, equity, and inclusion among our students, why would we not demand and support that for our teachers? Everyone should be welcome in our classrooms. 8, develop a whole community approach to public education that engages all stakeholders in every aspect of education. An open door policy for all who work and participate in the learning processes and outcomes of a well-balanced education. We result in a more innovative, productive, and successful system. Input and engagement equal buy-in. Buy-in equals ownership. Ownership equals responsibility. When we all take responsibility for the learning success of our students, our community excels. When our community excels, our state excels. Administrators are experts of management, organization, and infrastructure. Teachers are experts of content. Parents are experts of their children. When we all work together, our children win. 9, continue to speak on behalf of our teachers who are experts in their field of study. Not only do our teachers have many college and graduate level degrees, they participate in countless hours of professional development and continuing education in their particular field of study every single year of their careers. They're extensively trained in curriculum design, research-based instructional strategies, and data analysis. They spend countless hours of their own time as lifelong learners of pedagogy, learning theories, and classroom management. Successful planning and implementation of instruction through curriculum design by Kentucky public school teachers is critical in preparing students to meet the challenges they will face in moving not only themselves, but the Commonwealth forward. To limit classroom discussions limits the potential of our students. Interference is designed to limit. Instead, we should look to expand the opportunities we value as educators so that our students are challenged to meet the needs of diverse society. As we all know, number 10, teachers wear many hats and are asked to do many things that are not necessarily written in any contractual language nor part of our educational journey to becoming teachers. Most recently and more frequently, teachers are quite literally shielding their students from the negative ammunition of words, hate, and divisiveness. The killing of our ability to design and implement curriculum that gives students the chance to grow as individuals and from weapons of mass destruction. I ask that as we walk into our schools each and every day and lock the doors behind us, that you use your positions to shield us with the power of pen, policy, and legislation that will protect our rights to teach, promote our professionalism, and prevent any more bloodshed of innocent children, teachers, and school employees on school grounds. This experience and the work I've done on my own time to ensure teachers are not only heard, but have information and resources needed to be successful has brought me much joy, numerous opportunities, and valued friendships. I entered this role as a first, but not a last. As a leader, I stand before those who will come after me, then beside them as a means of support until the day I can stand behind them and watch them glow. Not grow, but glow. I wanted to address each of you individually, but I left you notes instead. I would like to give a couple of special recognitions, though. Thank you to Lieutenant Governor Coleman for trusting me to be the first. Thank you for being a leader of teachers, an exceptional colleague, and most importantly, a friend. Thank you, Governor Beshear, for being the teacher's governor and for prioritizing education. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be the first teacher of the Kentucky Board of Education and for ensuring there will always be a teacher in this space where decisions may impact the profession, the classroom, and the students. Thank you to Kentucky's 45,000 plus teachers who have supported me and trusted me with their voice. And I wouldn't be able to finish this, and I'm doing this for the wonderful Kevin Brown, in the words of the great Julia Sugarbaker. One of the things I pray for is that people with power will get good sense, and that people with good sense will get power. This room is full of good sense and power, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you so much. I was just hoping against hope that there would be a Julia Sugarbaker quote. Thank you. So, Liana, I'll have you go ahead and share your presentation, and then we'll open it up for love from the other board members.
I knew I shouldn't have followed Allison.
You did you.
But I can't form a sentence nowadays. So I wrote something and then I'll say something after. But I'll be able to see all of you. Okay. Second.
Perfect.
Let me start off by saying this is a continuation of something so admirable for the future of this Board of Education and the students of our Commonwealth. The work we have done these past 2 years will transcend far beyond this current moment and will soon touch every stakeholder in the system. So as I deliver this farewell, may we all take in this historical moment and cherish everything that has made it possible for Allison and I to be here today. This day, and every day of my term, I stand on the shoulders of students who have come before me, student voice allies, and active students in the classroom. If it were not for the countless hours of dedication, persistence, and courage of these students, there simply wouldn't be a seat for us at this table. I attribute the creation and continual existence of this seat to them, and may we leverage this position as a reminder that each and every student has the capability and promise to influence the system. The purpose and message of this seat is to emphasize the tremendous need of student inclusion in decision-making, policy, and everyday discussions pertaining to students. To yet again prove the fact that we can and will exceed any task relating to reimagining the system. To highlight the power of a diverse student voice movement, district and statewide, to promote the importance of allyship and co-creation in relation to student-led endeavors, and to support districts in establishing authentic student voice measures that allow for collaborative innovation. It is an honor to serve as the inaugural student representative on the Kentucky Board of Education, and I try my very best to uphold this message during my term. As I reflect on the past 2 years, I treasure the knowledge that I've gained from students across the state along the way. From brainstorming equitable policies to finding excuses to get out of an exam, it has been the most valuable life lesson I have taken with me. The bond and drive students gain as they discuss education is something that should never be overlooked. It is a direct link to what changes our system for the better. I take every conversation, every interaction, and every perspective with me to this board table. I unfortunately cannot reach every student, but ever since the beginning, I have dedicated my term to never stop listening. Listening to not only students who come forward, but those who are being heard the least. Students are not among them. It is vital that education leaders be intentional when discussing and providing for students. The concept of student representation has to be based on the recognition of the diverse array of students in this Commonwealth and a vow to dedicate your time to understanding the shared experiences of many. Representing other students looks like selflessly giving up your seat at the table to center another student, lending your resources to progress the vision of a fellow student, admiring and continually supporting the successes of others, and taking students along in their journeys. It is about viewing each and every student perspective as equal and worthy of action, and through the endless support of my colleagues at the Department of Education and Board of Education, I was able to quickly find a true meaning of representation. I entered this position in 2020 as an eager, willing, and open-minded girl who knew she had to undergo many lessons on education. I'm now exiting as a woman who unapologetically addresses educational inequities and cherishes the journey of lifelong learning. This is all due to the fantastic allies I have met along the way. To the members of the Kentucky Board of Education, the way you have embraced the student position, despite pushback and unfamiliarity, is truly honorable. You laid trust in my hands the moment I sat at the table, and I say logged into the Zoom meeting. You valued and took into account everything that I have to say and applauded my every move. You have always lent your expertise when countless confusing things are happening in education, and you stood alongside Allison and I when the student and teacher seats were threatened, focusing on our well-being prior to our action. I can express how much each of you mean to me and mean to the outcome of this position. Every state has a Board of Education, and every state could have a student on the Board of Education. But having a student-inclusive board is what truly dedicates the work towards students. I deeply wish that all local boards of education and site-based councils can follow suit and work towards being student-inclusive, and you guys have set an amazing example for that. Within this position, we have been able to increase student-led presentations to the board, amplify the message of student voice and authentic implementation across the state, incorporate students and other stakeholders into several of our subcommittees, and so much more. We have made amazing strides, and the momentum is just getting started. I won't be surprised if all of y'all get replaced by students at the conclusion of your term.
Make it happen.
I will miss this family and relationship we've built. It is because of this family that I found the courage to continue fighting for education, even when it felt impossible. Every time I sit in that seat, I am reminded of my calling to education, the calling that I once never had and that so many students lack. My biggest hope is that students find a supporting relationship within their school building and develop a love for education like everyone in this room. The power of relationship building in our schools shifts the potential for the contribution of our stakeholders. So I thank you. Thank you to nurturing and uplifting this position. Thank you to your dedication to Kentucky students. And thank you to the support along the way. Thank you to the Department of Education, the place I've called home for 3 years. Thank you for being the first to trust my desire and ambition to enter this field and be a part of the conversation. You've provided me with the motivation and resources to pursue student advocacy, and that has made such an impact on my life in this role. I am glad to say that 3 commissioners later, the Department of Education has revamped their Student Voice Initiative and made students a priority. I have to acknowledge the tireless student organizations and initiatives that continually prove that students can and have been acting as partners in this system. To the Kentucky Student Voice Team, Commissioner Student Advisory Council, the Real Young Prodigies, Kentucky Student Council Association, and so much more, I thank you for the dedication and effort you have put in to amplify the potential and work of students across the state. You are actively defying the adult-driven narrative and providing resources for stakeholders to be allies. The student voice movement in Kentucky is continually being shaped because of your contribution. These organizations have laid the framework for students to have seats on decision-making committees and so much more. They have directly influenced this position, and I'm honored to recognize them. As a Black first-generation high school student and low-income student, I have now concluded my term as the inaugural student member on the Board of Education. It has been an honor and privilege to serve in this role, representing 650,000 students of the most 650,000 of the most passionate and driven students in the nation. Thank you to members of the board, staff of the department, and most importantly, the students. I cherished every moment and provided my all to accurately representing Kentucky students. I'm glad to say that this is just the start of my education journey, and I'll be attending the University of Louisville to study sociology and secondary education in hopes of becoming a social studies educator and work within education policy. And I wanted to stay in Kentucky in order to progress the student voice movement here and to further work on education. And this is heavily influenced by the support of this board, and I'm more than delighted to pass the torch to Boone County Junior Drew Dalla as a second appointed student member of the board that I wish was here today, but you guys will see soon. I am so thankful, not only for me being here, but just that you guys are willing to highlight and you guys are willing to amplify the importance of students and all students, not just the ones who come forward and not just the ones who are dominating the system, but recognizing each and every student and the potential of each and every student and willing to progress the ambitions of that student. I started as a student who wasn't expected to go anywhere, who wasn't really supported by their school system, but just with a little bit of support by Tony and people from this department, and a few teachers and people in schools along the way, I was able to make it here. And I truly believe that if you give students just a little bit of support, and if you give them, a space for them to express themselves and to express their passions, then they can too lead amazing lives and contribute.
to the community that has done so much for them. And so I want to challenge you to always seek for students whose dreams are less likely to come to fruition, the underrepresented students, the students who, is at the back of the class, and, things like that, and, is often lost in the system. Because their voices are so worthy. And it's not, I'm not elevated above any student just because I sit on this table. And so, I'm sorry, but that's what I want you to do. And I know this student position is everlasting, and I'm so grateful. But as we look at policy moving forward, as we discuss with legislators, as we influence the system, as you all so greatly do, I want you to imagine your student self, or your child, or your niece, or your grandson or granddaughter, or anyone who is a student in this system today. And I want you to put yourself in their shoes and to value what they have to say and uplift what they have to say, and use your resources to leverage who they are and what they want their contribution to be. So I thank you all so much. You guys are the best board. I just love you, and I love everybody here in the Department of Education, and you have been my family for so long. And I do have cards that will be mailed to you. I was up way too late last night. If you have time, I'm going to go a little bit around saying one thing about it. Okay. Okay. Amanda Ellis, you have been my ride or die throughout this college journey. And I thank you so much, because I truly needed your expertise, and you have always been amazing to bounce off of. And Jamie Bowling, you are such a ball of sunshine, and I love every time I get to talk to you and to just interact with you. You always brighten my day. And to Mike Bowling as well. I served with him for a little while, and the one thing I was insecure about was legislation and things like that, and he broke it down so easily, and so I was truly able to grasp through his knowledge, and so I thank him as well. Allison, you have been my partner in crime throughout this all, and there's been to get her in trouble. You look right. I don't know any other partner I could imagine doing this with. And I love you, and I thank you for being the support that I needed so many times. So thank you. And to Steve Trimble, it's only been 3 meetings, but you are one of the coolest guys ever. And it's so nice that, I was able to, hear from you and to, just truly gain your expertise. It's been amazing, and the contribution you've made to your county, your district is so visible. It's so admirable. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Lee Todd, you are so smart. And my brain some of the times I don't know what you're saying. I love listening to you. And I love our conversations, even if it's about space and astronauts. I love it. Dr. Glass, you
Call him Jason.
Jason. You are my favorite commissioner out of the 3. And we've done we call you kind of like the student
student of the group too. Well, one time in our student council meeting, he came in like this motorcycle outfit, and we were like, oh, he's so cool, and always like this. And you are truly one of the coolest commissioners that we've ever seen. And to Lou, I look up to you as a woman in education, as an ally for the many things that you support. You are such an admirable person, and the things that you do for your community, for your background, for everything that you do is so beautiful. And just to see that, I'm learning so much, and so many students are touched by your dedication to your allyship. And I love you, and you always know how to make a joke at the board meetings. And to Sharon Robinson, I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know what to say. You are, I look up to you so much. And every car ride that we're in, or every board meeting that I listen to you in, you know, I take so much from that, and I prize those moments that I can just listen to you, because I look up to you as, you know, somebody wanting to go into education, as a Black woman, as so many things, and you are that for so many people. So I think, holy, amazing. We have the best. I was just telling Joanna, you have to come to the curriculum committee. It is so amazing because we have the best chair, and we have the best everything, and Allison was buses are cool too. Leadership again is so admirable, even though you drive like at least 12 hours to get here.
It feels like 12.
So it's amazing, and I thank you so much. And Allison and I have amazing fashion sense and so many things to admire. My dearest mentor, you've been there since day one. And thank you for that, and I love you. Because I was able to rely on you for many times where I didn't know what anything meant. And I didn't know how to enter this position, but you were always able to be there with encouraging words, amazing things to say. And I love you, and you are the reason for everything that has happened throughout my term and for terms to follow. So I thank you. So, Joanna, you are going to be amazing in this role. I read like a column about you, and it was like a 4-page resume of all the amazing things that you did. And I can just tell that you're dedicated to the work of teachers, and progressing the voices of teachers and uplifting those as well. And I'm so glad that you're here. And to Jude as well, I'll be able to talk to her privately, hopefully soon. But I wish her the best, and that she has everyone here who loves and supports her and will be here to help her in this position, and I will, of course, be there as well. But she is definitely supported, and through all the hardships, I know she's in the right hands, and that's something that's very hard to come across these days, so I thank you guys. And to Joanne, you have been my seat partner for so long, and I love that we're always put together in the same seat, because you provide this motherly instinct that is so amazing, and I look forward to our talks and everything, and I just love it every single time. So thank you for being there as well. To Tony, to Tony, she has been there the entire time. For 3 years, she has trusted me, and she has been willing to, place the hand in all of her students on the council, and that is something that is unparalleled. The way she is the mother to so many of us and truly wants to see all of us succeed. She has been there throughout the whole journey, and I don't think I would be sitting here or saying a lot of the things I say if it weren't for her, because I learn a lot from her, and I know she's going to continue to teach so many students. And I'm so thankful. I love you, and I know this is long enough, but, I have to say special thanks to Todd and Meredith. They're so smart, too. They're like, try to listen, and then
But aren't they as cool as Mr. Trimble?
But you guys have always been there on the virtual meetings, and when I don't know anything, I was able to call your name, and you were there, and you were always there, and so you guys hold it down for a lot of us, and I thank you, and you are such amazing supports. And finally, to the team I wish I could be a part of, which is Stacy and Andy and Megan and Audrey and all these amazing people who do the work behind the scenes. I see all this support, and I'm like, I want to help, but they're like, no, don't touch any of it. So I try to, support my best as I can, but everyone in this boardroom, the interpreters, I'm so sorry for this, I don't know what I'm saying. But, to every person in this room, you have set the standard. Besides me, I'm not in this equation, but students, period, student seat on this Kentucky Board of Education will be successful because of each and every single one of you all, and will be a leading light in this nation in defining what student voice is on decision-making tables. You're one of the few states, and we did that flawlessly with little to no guidance. And I just know the promise of you all is so amazing, and I'm glad that I'm glad I'm leaving knowing that you all will be here, and you will be here for the next student and many after. So I thank you. I'm sorry for the tears. I just love you all so much.
Oh my goodness. It's amazing. Allison and Soliana. All I kept thinking was, Soliana is like way out of that shell. I'm so delighted by everything that you guys shared. And I would just say thank you to each of you. I saw Soliana talking with Dr. Polio in the hall. I heard him offer her a job. I think she will soon be a teacher representative ex-officio member of the Kentucky Board of Education, and the circle of life will go on. So that's so exciting. The two of you are our heart. We heard it today. We love you. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. You are our conscience. You have said to us, don't make decisions about us, without us, and you've left an indelible mark on the conscience of this board. And you are our compass. You direct us where we need to go. You remind us when we are led astray. One of my favorite quotes, you know how much I love voice, Diane von Furstenberg, the inventor of the wrap dress. You gotta love a good wrap dress. Believe it or not, said this, and that is, when you have a voice, you have an obligation to use that voice to empower others. And the two of you have lived up to that obligation. Do we have any board members who would like to share? Patrice can still talk.
I'm gonna have to say something.
Can you still talk?
I can't. I pulled together. Allison, I would say if you were to look up the word teacher in the dictionary, your picture would be there. And underneath your picture, it would say the leader, the communicator, the scholar, the mentor, the artist, see hero, and see friend. All of those plus more. Thank you for your valuable contributions to this board, for your friendship. Eliana, thank you for letting everybody see that I'm an ugly crier. When I had the opportunity to be your mentor, the very first time I spoke to you, I hung up and thought, oh, for crying out loud, I wonder if she would be my mentor. Because you are a star. You are spectacular. You are going to set this world on fire because you have already started it, girlfriend. The kindling is there and it is already roaring. And I can see great things for you. I'm excited to sit back and watch the show. The solid show. Because it's for you. I love you.
Oh, just quickly, I sit here and I just can't even imagine a Board of Education like in the past not having these two pieces.
Right.
You know, I just can't even imagine how this board could function without that. So thank you for your voices. They will echo around this table for a long time in our hearts and in our minds about everything that we do. And just thank you for being the first and making it, just being exceptional so that there's no doubt that this is the right way to do this job.
Jane.
I would like to say first, Allison, is probably the only person sitting around this table that does not have a degree in education. I'm not a teacher. I have sat on the local board for many years, but I've learned so much from all of you. But to watch you, Allison, you're so pure of heart, and what you want for children, it is so crystal clear, and you feel so passionately about it. And I have learned so much from you. And I thank you for that. And so, Liana, all I can say is if you are the voice in the face of our future, then I'm going to sleep very well tonight. But the level of preparation that you come with and the degree of your poise in speaking is really amazing at your age. And I'm with Patrice. We're going to watch great things from you. And thank you for the experience of serving with you.
Okay. Every time I think about the Board of Education, I always tell people that this Board of Education puts our students first, and we support our teachers to help our students. And I think these two people are the most important. Thank you. I love both.
Chair, I just want to note for the record that KBE Meeting I coordinated our office.
You and I have to talk about a motorcycle outfit.
Seen it.
And
That face there.
Dr. Robinson. Well, I want to do this in a way that I can get through, but I have to say, as first or in the history of this board, I know the feel. It's been great to travel with you, to learn with you, and to be a part of a board that will always now expect to benefit from the engagement and guidance that students and teachers bring to what goes to the deliberations at this table. And it has really been wonderful to watch you engage with us and to encourage that.
supported where I could. Allison, it was wonderful experiencing the NATSE trip with you and making the Hill visits with our deputy commissioner and with Tony. So Liana, I mean, just watching you experience the senior year and observing and being aware of the degree of preparation you put into each and every meeting, the virtual and the face-to-face, was very impressive. And I appreciate your questions, especially because to me it indicates a voracious learner. And that's the coin of the realm, the ability to learn. And I also understand, it didn't occur to me until this very meeting, but those of us who've had to kind of blaze a trail sometimes, often find that it is, there's not a whole lot to nurture, to reach back on. But I am so proud that you have felt you could reach out and reach back, reach forward, and you were in a culture that would support your learning. And that is a proud accomplishment for all of us. And so I think we should claim it, claim it and celebrate it and be determined that we're going to give that to every board member who comes to this. So thank you for teaching us.
All right, thank you, everyone. But before we adjourn, I think I have a surprise. We want to take a few moments to recognize a very important member of Team KBE who will be retiring at the end of June, making this his last KBE meeting. To celebrate Andy and wish him well as he transitions to a well-deserved retirement, we are excited to share that Governor Beshear has commissioned him a Kentucky Colonel.
I've been saying over and over, this is the best job I've ever had, the best coworkers, and the best board. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm sorry to tell you that Jason just whispered that he has rescinded your retirement. So stay for just a minute there, Amy. I want to share with you the nomination that was submitted for your Kentucky Colonel conference. For more than a decade, Andy Leopson has been an invaluable member of the Kentucky Department of Education. Thanks to Andy and his team, important KBE meetings are made accessible to all citizens across the state through live streaming and video recording. Without that service, meeting viewing would be restricted to those who can make the trip to Frankfort in person. When the COVID-19 pandemic shifted KBE's work to an entirely virtual environment, Andy's calm demeanor and easygoing nature made it a potentially stressful transition far smoother. He and his team were charged with streaming more meetings than ever before and did so efficiently and without complaint. Although Andy's primary role at KBE is video production and webcast streaming support, he is known more as a Jack or Andy of all trades within the Office of Education Technology and is often sought after for his input and guidance. Andy is a beloved colleague whose passion and expertise in video technology has positively impacted both the KDE and the Kentucky Education Committee. I am having a hard time imagining Megan without Andy. That's a little bit like jelly without peanut butter. Congratulations on a very well-deserved retirement.
Very much.
We just want to get a picture with Dr. Young and Dr. Glass.
Oh, here we go, photo op. Oh, let's go ahead and adjourn and we'll do that. So everyone, thank you. We did run long, but what a happy day. What a productive day. And we're still finished by 4 o'clock. So Meredith, we did it. Congratulations. Thank you everyone for a productive meeting. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. So moved. Do we have a second? Second. Respond by happily saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.